chat. Okay, good. I was not able, John, to look at the attendee list.
Okay.
I'm going to try again and see if I can get in there now.
Otherwise, I'm not sure how Claire has the permission set up for sharing that.
Yeah, I've tried to request access through my iState email, and I've got nothing. So that's going to be pretty critical for Lizzie today that we get that, because she's on Zoom duty.
Yep. Otherwise, worst comes to worst, if we don't get the permission shared in time, I can always download it and reshare it.
Considering I wasn't able to get that in the last hour, so.
Okay, so I might just have to.
It's just Rod checking in, make sure audio check.
Yep. Sorry, it took a while to admit you. I'm setting things up and I missed the someone's waiting in your waiting room.
You're fine. I actually got out because my son has a Zoom account set up on here, so it showed me up as his name. So
that would do it.
And thanks for all your work again, John. I know you've been quite busy trying to get this all going. So hopefully we got some Zoom links going out soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't seen the blast to all the attendees yet, but
no, they're all getting kind of nervous. I've gotten a lot of emails this morning.
Yeah.
I assume just on screen share again, like the other, I should just be able to share one monitor so I can go back and forth.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, sounds good.
Just make sure you hit screen 1 or screen 2 or whatever screen you're using, and not a specific window.
Okay, sounds good. And then we go to breakout session. I assume we'll stay on this channel for the interactive, and then Alex will move over to the breakout portion.
Yeah, what do you want to call that breakout room? Because I'm literally creating them right now.
I see Alex just joined in. Any ideas, Alex, what we want to call that?
Yeah, first audio check 1 2.
Yep, I can hear you.
Awesome. I don't know, do you want to call it like non-warning radar discussion, or non-warning like NSE discussion or something like that?
You might not even have to call it non-warning. Well, I get what you mean, because it's not the interactive portion.
Do I just call it non-interactive?
That sounds good. And then I guess the question is, how do you want to take the, I suppose you can use the Slack channel possibly to take questions and get interaction from everybody else. So I guess there will be interaction in a way, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I can say forecast discussion only.
That sounds good. Maybe the forecast discussion and yeah, that sounds like a good, or severe weather discussion or something.
Yeah, I can run with that.
Sounds good. Looks like we've got some pretty good storms. If we go with Columbia, Missouri, or Mississippi radar, like we were discussing earlier, it should fill in. I guess we can either switch to Birmingham or Huntsville last second if we need to.
I think you should have an interesting day, Rod, with this, considering we already have a TDS on the storm just southwest of Tuscaloosa right now.
Is that the one by Centerville right now on our radar?
Oh God, I haven't.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about there, Kyle.
I guess I'm watching.
It's awfully dislocated from the couplet. I'm wondering if that is getting more into that, where that weak bounded ecoregion was.
Wait a few scans, because I'm watching the Birmingham radar live, and you're probably a couple scans back.
I'm on the Birmingham radar too.
Are
but
you?
no, actually I just tilted up. No, that's real.
Okay.
It didn't look real on the base scan, but no, that's real now that I've tilted up.
Okay.
That probably is the one that's. Oh yeah, yep. It just showed up on ours now. So that's the one in it'd be in our far southwest, down by northeast of Centerville now on our radar.
Yep.
That is nice. Holy cow. I would think that radar should work well for us. Everything should lift northward.
Mhm.
That stuff coming in from the southwest eventually.
Especially if you look at where the warm front is.
Hmm. Oh, boy, that is nice. though, man.
Yep.
I guess
I'm sure that the actual Jackson radar, then areas like maybe even further south towards the Mobile CWA might get some action. They'll probably have some decent tours there, but I think the most notable stuff that we'll talk about this event in the future is probably going to come closer to the Columbus radar there. So if you take a look at soundings, I was able to finally find some non-contaminated soundings in there, and there's really not any crosswise component to any vorticity whatsoever in that area. Plus, that should also be the area where, as that low deep ends, that the surface winds will back a little bit. So I think our photographs are going to get a nice little hump in it, probably after 21Z in that area.
that'll be good discussion. I don't think I've ever seen a TDS in our forecast area that far away from the RDA, but
I also heard when that Birmingham's putting up a 18Z sounding, so that should be interesting.
excellent. I see John from North Platte just joined as well, so welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello,
Good.
I can hear you loud and clear. That's good.
Okay, good, good. Um,
Once all of our speakers come on, we'll send everyone over to the speaker ready room and we'll test everyone's screen share.
okay.
Kyle, I think are you on for Zoom admit today, or is that Lizzie?
Lizzie's on for Zoom admin. We're trying to get her on right now.
Okay.
Just trying to find that attendance list is.
Yeah, I'm going to request here that you share. So let's see, I'm requesting that it's shared with all of you, and I will back it up as it is right now, although it's being updated as we speak, so it might end up out of date. But in any case, I'm going to make a copy. And then I'll be able to directly share the copy with you and Lizzie.
Speaking of Lizzie, she's here now, so.
Sounds good. And I just made her co-host as well. So I think both of you, Kyle and Lizzie, you can stay on the main call. Worry about admitting people, addressing any questions of anybody coming into the main session. I'll go over and coordinate the speaker ready room once we have everyone on.
Sounds good. My only other thing that I'm thinking about right now is when we actually get towards the radar workshop and setting up kind of the troubleshooting breakout session for people to be able to freely join in and out of and ask questions if need be.
Yep.
I guess we're gonna have to figure that out. But
yeah, who's on job wise for running that?
So it's gonna be me, me all day, and I think Nathan or Natalie should be popping in and out.
Okay.
So Lizzie on Zoom, me on Warm Gen stuff today.
Okay, sounds good. So do you see in breakout rooms the technical help room created?
I don't actually have breakout room on my bottom tab right now. This was
even if you go under more.
Under more, let's see. No, crap.
What version of Zoom do you have?
Lizzie's got it, so maybe I need to update mine.
Yeah, so you may need to hop off and reconnect.
Okay.
After updating.
Alrighty.
Have you seen that, John? Because I should have. Can I get that in the web browser version?
No. Web browser version, you basically we have to assign you manually to breakout rooms. That's one of those inconveniences I mentioned in the email to Rod earlier today. I'm not sure, Alex, if you were on that or not.
Probably was. I've been bombarded with emails.
Naturally.
So I'm trying to figure things out. Okay. Well, the weird thing is that I've on another computer. I've used breakout rooms before. Give me a second. Let me rejoin in the full
Sounds
version
good.
on another computer. One moment.
The other thing I just realized is I'm not sure if it makes a difference on my end as host versus co-host of opening up the rooms. I just open them up for people to go in and out of now.
And John, just an FYI, just got a message from Kevin Scow. He won't be in until 12:45 or so.
Okay, sounds good. I'll keep an eye out for when he hops on and assign him to the speaker ready room as soon as I see that come across.
I think Kyle Perez will be the primary speaker for the first presentation. I think
Okay.
Jason, I'm not sure if Jason will be participating or not in that part.
All right.
Just got another email about links. Hopefully soon. I said at this point, just send the links. If we have any additional information, get it out afterwards.
I mean, I gave the info to Kenny yesterday, and he asked again, like, could you send me the links? I'm like, here it is. I sent it yesterday, but
Yeah,
here you go. And that was about an hour ago. So
yeah, and I told him about an hour ago, just send them, just get them out.
yeah.
So yeah, interesting. I think at that point, we might as well get the links out for tomorrow right away to the seat by this evening.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, breakout rooms. Looks like I got it now.
Mm-hmm.
Blue snowball. Okay, good. Forecast discussion only.
I'm back and I'm updated.
Excellent.
All right, looks like we were good in there, John. Everything worked and set up for me.
Sounds good. So it looks like
This
we're
is-
at our.
Sorry, this is gonna sound silly, but like, how do you actually join the breakout rooms? I've never had to do it like myself.
So the key thing is, do you see the breakout rooms on the bottom menu of your Zoom call or under the more menu?
Yes, I do have that.
Okay. So you should be able to click that and you should see like one of them, and there should be a little blue join link.
Okay,
beside the
yeah, you have
respective
to
rooms?
like click the number for mine. So like there isn't just a
Interesting.
join button, but yeah, so it says like technical help, there's no one in it, but when I click like 0 people, it says
Mhm.
join. And same
Okay.
with the one that Alex is in as well.
Interesting. So can you try going over and joining one of those?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, looks like she made it. It's interesting that I can see a little gray circle if they're in the process of not connecting or anything like that, and green if they're successfully connected over. So. Okay. So Lizzie, can you hear me right now?
I can, yes.
All right, sounds good. So I'm going to go head over to the speaker ready room with all the people we actually have presenting. If you see anyone on the presenter list for today, or wondering about being a presenter and heading over there, you can direct them over to that breakout room.
Okay.
Thanks.
Has Kenny sent out the email yet, Rod? I don't see anything in my inbox yet. Okay.
I don't know what to say, so I won't say anything. For those doing tech support today, though, I think our biggest questions are going to be with GR and Warren Jin, and I'll plan on going over some of that
That was kind of like a Liam Neeson like moment there where I got threatened if I didn't get out of the break room that I was going to be forced out of the meeting. It's just kind of like being in your car and then getting a message like there's a bomb in your glove compartment, but there's nothing you can do about it. You got to keep driving.
I just hope that you don't find any bombs in glove your glove box anytime soon. So let's hope that's not a repeat.
Nah, usually it's just a bunch of Chick-fil-A napkins in my expired registration.
I like it. I like it.
Okay, it's an FYI. The link just got shared a minute ago, so probably be a flood coming in here shortly.
Alrighty. That's a problem.
Did he not share today's link?
No, he didn't. He just said
Okay, one moment.
tomorrow's.
One moment. I'll take what you have. Radar workshop message.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just take all that. And that has the links, right?
Yeah, the radar workshop message. Yep.
Okay. It'll take a minute.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna start getting emails, people connecting to the other meeting.
Yep. And just taking me a minute. I got to get to the.
Is the Slack room the same or is the Slack room also?
Slack workspace is the same. They're separate channels, but there's multiple channels for everything. So
Okay.
I'm not sure why. I don't know.
You just fumbled a little bit on the goal line. It's fine. Pick it up.
Well, be a second. I gotta get to the emails now because you can't do a reply to all and blind copy to everybody.
So you have to have an account to use Slack?
yes.
Okay.
But there's a lot of single sign-on options. So any integrated service that you have should be really easy to sign up.
Okay, I just sent it.
Sounds good. Thanks for doing that.
Now I'm just going to step away for just a second. Looks like Kevin Scow just popped in. And
Yeah, Rod, can you hear me okay?
yep, got you good. So hopefully tasks
Good.
are all in line and ready to go.
Oh, it's not the taps I'm worried about. It's tomorrow's possible sneaky tours.
That seems to be the issue nowadays. You wouldn't believe the sneaky
Yeah.
tours in Iowa right now. So
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow could be fun.
enjoy. Well, looking
I
forward to your
will.
presentation. So I think John will get you all set up here shortly.
Sounds good.
Yeah, just because of some of where we're at with the timing and everything and realizing how the waiting room and everything's working, we'll just sort of run as we go, and hopefully everything with your screen sharing works out well.
Sounds good.
Hey, John, in Slack, is there a way to make it so I don't get the Windows pop-ups every time someone logs in?
I have not found that setting, but I believe it is somewhere.
Okay. I'll keep
Or
searching for it.
email.
Yeah, you'd have to check your settings.
Oh,
Because
geez.
yeah, now it's going a little
Spam
crazy.
email.
Yeah, I get a notification every time I get an email, and it's going crazy right now.
Okay, for those of you that are trying to figure out, just go to in Slack, the top, if you're in the Windows app, the top left, and then under File, there will be the preferences. And then the first thing that comes up is notifications. And then you can just set that to nothing. Storm near Birmingham recycled again.
Just a quick announcement for everyone heading in right now is if you join and your default Zoom name is just your first name or like your last name with initial, we ask that you rename yourself to your full name so we can check to make sure everyone is a registered attendee that's coming into the meeting. Thank you.
Another TDS west of Birmingham there.
Welcome to everybody that's been joining. We'll be waiting for a few minutes. We apologize for the delay in getting the Zoom links out this afternoon. Hopefully you should have the Zoom link going forward for tomorrow morning as well now. So once again, we'll delay for a few minutes. I'll share my screen here. So if you are participating in the interactive warning workshop, that'll the warning portion, which will begin a little bit after 3 p.m. CDT. Please make sure you have a copy of GR2 Analyst. Unfortunately, we don't have the free trial keys this year, so you'll have to rely on the 21-day trial if you haven't used that already, or have a purchase copy. If you are not participating in the interactive portion, we will have a breakout session that will be for those that aren't participating in that portion and discuss a severe weather event and kind of go through all that. So thank you for joining. We'll get going here in a few minutes. once again, welcome to everyone that are just joining in. We again apologize for the late dissemination of the Zoom link this morning. A little bit of technical difficulty with that. We are looking forward to presenting the radar workshop this afternoon. And with that delay in the Zoom link, we will just start just a couple minutes late here. So we'll hopefully begin by 1:05 p.m. And welcome to.
And just a quick reminder to everyone who's hopped on recently, because we wish to verify all registered attendees on this Zoom meeting, please rename yourself with your first and last name that you registered with, in case that your default Zoom name as you hopped on was just your first name or last name or some other identifier. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Just while we're waiting here, just a quick run through of the GR setup, GR2 analyst setup. Just a reminder to set your config polling to some of the links that we sent in the email yesterday, which will be workshop.agron.iastate.edu/L2data/. So make sure you're on that. You'll be just running off your own network, obviously, today. So if you point to that configuration polling site and then make sure you are running KDMX, which is the Des Moines National Weather Service Office radar as well. Place files, we did talk about getting the place files set up, and let me bring up real quick on the I'll bring up real quick what I have for the WarnGen program. So most of you have it on your C drive, and I'll bring it open here shortly. So when you go to install the WarnGen program, it will create that WarnGen directory on your C drive or wherever you just designated it. You will have that WarnGen 1.5.5.exec. You will double click that. You'll initially get the select connection type, select WAN, and then that will bring up several links that you can place into your place files. Now, if you want to add those to your place files, which you will need to add these top three, just note that this CWA text, I did include the Des Moines -CWA text in the email yesterday. That won't be a filled version. That'll just be an outline of our county warning area. But go up to Windows, show Place File Manager. And then when you go to your Place File Manager, yes, I have way too many in there. Hit the plus sign. And all you have to do is copy these. Copy, paste, and then hit OK. And those all pop up. They should pop up at your bottom. And then just make sure you check them on the left-hand box. And those will show up for you as you go throughout the workshop. So we'll get into more of how to use WarnGen a little bit later. We'll get started with our radar workshop right now. and that we aren't further delayed, and that we can get our invited speakers going. So we'll begin our main interactive phase around 3 p.m., at which time we will have a breakout session that will include the individuals that are not participating in the interactive portion of that. So once again, welcome. My name is Rod Donovan. I am a senior meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Des Moines, and I've been a radar workshop chair for the last several years. And we're really excited to get this, to offer the radar workshop this year, as we weren't able to do it last year. We put in a lot of hard work getting last year's radar workshop ready, and then we had to put it off to this year. So we're really excited to see how it'll work virtually. We did have a little bit of a test run down at the BOECO workshop in St. Louis last spring. We're a semi virtual, as we had Daryl from IEM working virtually from Ames throughout that event. So what we're going to have during our radar workshop is you'll become the warning forecaster and sit in the hot seat. For those not participating in that portion, you'll certainly participate in the forecast discussion with the event. The case is from question mark. So the reason we say question mark is we've got kind of a surprise for you, and I'll likely break that news to you right now. Is our plan is we are going to try to run a live event over Des Moines today from the south. So everybody's excited about or interested in the high risk across the southern U.S. going on today. So we are going to bring the high risk to Des Moines, and we're going to make our radar selection sometime around 2 p.m., making sure we have the proper storms in place. Right now, we're running off the Columbia, Mississippi radar, which has been active. With that, we've actually had a TDS that's been going on across parts of, let me get my place files back up, but across parts of our southeast corner here with that storm that you heard people talking about in Birmingham area. Well, actually, that storm's actually in southeast Iowa right now. And so we'll make that determination towards the end. And then our breakout session will be likely be focused on the event today as well. Should we have to default back, we do have our archive case available should we do that. But we are at this time planning to do the case, actually a live case, maybe slightly a few minutes delayed with that across Iowa. So surprise, the high risk is across Iowa today with that. And once again, we'll get you all set up with that as we move forward. In addition to the warnings, as we talked about, severe thunderstorm, tornado, you have tornado emergency. We do have IBW tags if you are running WarnGen version 1.5.5, and your warnings will be scored as listed here. And what we're going to plan to do is we're going to try to get a PDF out so everybody can see how you scored. Now, this isn't going to be we're not having a competition with the forecast offices or doing Monday morning quarterback of the offices that are working hard down across the Southern Plains today. And certainly we don't want anybody, we moved it to Des Moines, but we don't want to see any of these polygons showing up on social media today either. So please refrain from doing that. Please refrain from second guessing. This is all in good nature and to have fun and to use it as a learning tool. And we're going to run it in 1.0 speed. So as it's occurring down there, and we're going to try to pull in LSRs as they're showing up down there. So obviously there's going to be a lot of quality control of those LSRs later on with the event, but certainly try to do the best you can with that. And then if you're not participating in that portion, we will have the breakout session as well, which John can touch on in a little while. So we'll come back to the slide once we get to that portion. I think with that, John, let's start with our first invited presentation, which is going to be Kyle Perez and Jason Schallman from National Weather Service, Springfield, Missouri. And they're going to be bringing a lot of this first portion, and these invited presentations are going to be brought to you by the Central Region Tornado Warning Improvement Project, which I'm a member of, along with several others, including Jason and John Slotkawi, which will be presenting later as well. And we welcome them. So Jason and Kyle will be the main presenter doing the National Weather Service Central Region Tornado Warning Improvement Project Mesovortex Warning System. And let me stop my sharing.
All right, everything's showing up there. Let's start the slides. Everything look good on your side?
Yes, it does. You should be good to go.
All right. Thank you guys very much. Let me minimize the bar here. So thank you very much for having me here today. I will be presenting on the NWS Central Region Tornado Warning Improvement Project, also known as TWIP, QLCS Mesovortex Warning System. We also have Jason Shawman with me here today to answer any questions, as he needs to jump in if he needs to. So let's go ahead and get started. What are the main goals behind the QLCS Mesovortex Warning System? More so than anything, they wanted to take the approach of being more proactive versus reactive, taking an ingredients-based process to support more consistency and make sure to issue the proper warnings based on confidence in a tornado. What exactly are those 3 steps in the warning system? The first one is to use the 3 ingredients method to identify the areas of QLCS that are most favorable for mesovortex genesis. Once you've identified the 3 ingredients method is in effect, you can identify the presence of tornado warning confidence builders and nudgers. We'll dig more into these later on in the presentation. And lastly, when all those things come together, issue the appropriate warnings based on the number and quality of confidence builders and nudgers. So when we talk about mesovortex genesis process, the most common process of mesovortex genesis that we refer to is the Atkins-Lawrence 2009. In the bottom or in the right-hand image here, you can see a modified version of the Atkinson-Lawrence 2009. And the main takeaways that I want you to take from this page is that we're focused on descending parcels acquiring horizontal streamwise vorticity. And as they encounter the updraft, they will begin to be tilted and stretched into the vertical. So step 1, using the 3 ingredients method. Shawman and Prespolinski in 2012 studied the use of the 3 ingredients method. And they used the 3 ingredients method to anticipate areas where mesovortex genesis would be likely over the next 30 to 45 minutes. And this is used to eliminate large areas of the QLCS where mesovortices are not favored. And a key point to make that when the 3 ingredients are met, that should at least warrant a severe thunderstorm warning in your area. Future studies that happened in 2013 from a howling study found that there's a 79% detection rate for mesovortices with only a 23% false alarm rate using the 3 ingredients method, with around an 18-minute lead time between bow genesis and the first tornado occurring. So what exactly are the 3 ingredients? Well, the first one is going to be your system cold pool and ambient low-level shear are nearly balanced or slightly shear dominant. This is going to allow for the best tilting, stretching potential in the updraft region. Your second ingredient is going to be your 0 to 3 line normal bulk shear greater than or equal to 30 knots. This is where you're able to at least balance the cold pool. And lastly, you're looking for a rear inflow jet or enhanced outflow to cause a surge or bow within a QLCS. This is an indicator for descending parcels, which may be obtaining horizontal streamwise vorticity. Now, something that you really want to focus on is this last line that just appeared down there at the bottom, is that the 3 ingredients method is not necessarily forecasting tornadoes, but it's forecasting the mesovortices. So let's take a closer look at those 3 ingredients. For the system cold pool and the ambient low-level shear being nearly balanced or slightly shear dominant, we're going to identify the area of the updraft, downdraft convergence zone, or the UDCZ. That is drawn with the dashed line on the image on the bottom left, both on the storm relative velocities and on the reflectivity. And then you want to determine where that UDCZ is balanced or slightly shear dominant. Starting from the south side of this QLCS with this large bow, you can see that the yellow dashed line is running out ahead of the actual updraft course. This would represent the cold pool dominant region. As it transitions north, you can see that that dashed line is right up against the updraft towers. This would indicate that you are in a balance regime. And as that dashed line, the white part of the dashed line goes into the back into the updraft towers, this would be your slightly shear dominant region. The second ingredient is the 0 to 3 kilometer line normal shear being greater than 30 knots. So you determine this by looking just ahead of the QLCS line. And you can use this chart here on the left-hand side that you will find on reference sheets. We will be passing out, sending out at the end of this presentation that will help you reference using the 0 to 3 line normal bulk shear. So for example, taking a look at my cursor here, you can see that a 40 knot 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear would generally have some room for error, whether you're moving that a little bit pivoted north or a little bit more southeast. Compare that to a 30 knots, where that would have to be exactly perpendicular to the line. A tip to take along with that, though, as well, is that local surges and bows often change the orientation of the UDCZ. So in that case, you need to watch for line segments that are beginning to bow and change that orientation. The third ingredient, taking a closer look at that one, is for the surging or bow within a QLCS. Typically, you want to look for a mark signature somewhere in the 8 to 16,000 foot layer as a precursor to bows. That's typically resolvable on low-level velocity, storm relative motion, spectrum width products, in addition to reflectivity products. So let's put all those together for step 1 here. This is an example from the Davenport CWA back in November of 2015. First, you can see that the UDCZ is drawn in there across this squall line moving into eastern Iowa and in western Illinois. You can see that the black dash line represents the balance regions, while the white dash line represents the slightly shear dominant region. Your second ingredient is line normal bulk shear greater than 30 knots. This is represented by the solid yellow lines here on the velocities. That you can see that it's meeting those requirements in this particular area. And that can be analyzed by looking at mesoanalysis as seen in the lower left-hand image here, where you generally have anywhere from 50 to 55 knots off to the northeast, even more north-northeast here across northern portions of eastern Iowa. And lastly, the surge or bow. That's represented here on the velocity by the areas that are with a solid blue line ahead of the line. So these areas are particularly going to be favorable for mesovortex genesis, where all 3 of those ingredients come together. The second step for the mesovortex warning system is going to be to identify the presence of tornado warning confidence builders and nudgers. You can break the confidence builders and nudgers into 4 different categories. First, you have your descending parcel category. So this is going to be along the lines of your descending RIJ, your enhanced surge and bow, line break, UDC entry point. The second category is going to be your increased tilting and stretching potential. So this is going to generally be one of your confidence builders in the UDCZ entry point, and includes 3 other nudgers of the reflectivity tags and cell mergers taking place. The third category is your implied or increased vorticity source. And lastly, the fourth category is your mesovortex and tornado indicators. These are everything from your front reflectivity nubs to your mesovorts to TDSs. Something to keep in mind as we go ahead here is that confidence builders carry more weight than nudgers. So taking a look at the first confidence builder is the descending rear inflow jet or reflectivity drop. The 2 regions I want you to keep an eye on this loop on the right-hand image, with reflectivity on the left and velocities on the right, you can see that the reflectivity really starts to disappear both on this northern segment of this line and another area here on the southern side of this line. So this is typically going to be a noticeable decrease in reflectivity in the trailing stratiform region, indicating that there's actively descending parcels in that vicinity. The next confidence builder is an enhancing surge or bow. So what exactly is an enhancing surge or bow? The 3 things that I really want you to focus on in looking for an enhancing surge or bow when identifying confidence builders is, is the particular bow or surge accelerating? Is it growing larger in size? And is it pivoting cyclonically? So taking a look at this image here on the right with reflectivity again on the left and velocities on the right, the area shaded in white is the area that I want you to focus on. You can see the presence here on my cursor of a slight little bowing surge structure. As you quickly go forward, just another radar scan, you can quickly see how that grows in size. And going ahead a couple more scans, you can see that it even begins to pivot cyclonically with mesovortex genesis taking place there on the northern part of that bowing structure. The next confidence builder is a line break. Similar to this involves your RIJ that I mentioned on the first confidence builder, but this is where your RIJ actually punches through the updraft cores. If you focus in on the area circled in the yellow on the right-hand side here, you can really watch the reflectivity with time, how that RIJ is able to essentially punch all the way through the line. And when that happens, there's a increased area of concern for tornado potential, and that's going to be on your southern tip of reflectivity pendant. Now onto the paired front rear inflow notch. The rear inflow notch representing the area of descending parcels, while the front inflow notch representing the area of inflow parcels. This is typically represented on reflectivity by kind of a broken S signature. And as you can see on velocity, you can see how the velocities are coming together in that region as well. That can be denoted better here by the two white arrows with the front and rear inflow notches. The next confidence builder is the UDCZ entry point. As I mentioned earlier, we have three different regimes that we are referring to. We have the cold pull, the balance, and the slightly shear. Where our area of focus has been is the balance and slightly shear. So focusing in even more, a UDCZ entry point refers to the area where the balance regime becomes slightly shear and begins to curl back into the updraft towers. This is going to be an area particularly favorable for mesovortex genesis. The next confidence builder is a front reflectivity nub. Typically, when you have a front reflectivity nub, a mesovortex likely already exists. So that is something you really want to keep in mind when forecasting or on radar operations. It's typically defined by either a kink or a hook along the front leading edge of the UDCZ, and it can usually be only discernible in balance regimes. Next is boundary ingestion. This is noted by the white dashed line here on the images on the right. Typically, you want your boundary to be nearly perpendicular to the bow or surge, and you also want it to be relatively stationary. This can be anything from synoptic fronts, lake sea breezes, outflow boundaries, and it's typically easily diagnosed using your surface observations and reflectivity. The next confidence builder is a tight, strong mesovortex. Typically, you are going to not have any or little to no lead time on a tornado if you already see a mesovortex with a rotational velocity greater than 25 knots. And you also want to be focused on the area where mesovortex genesis is most easily resolved, and that is going to be in your 3,000 to 5,000 foot range. And it's always going to be located along the UDCZ. This image here on the right, you can see that this is looking at 4 different scans. If anybody probably recognizes this one, this is actually from the Fort Worth tornado back in November of 2020. So you can see that there is the presence of a mesovort as you go up in tilt with a rotational velocity anywhere from 28 to 32 knots for this particular event as it crossed into portions of Arlington. One note that I do want to leave you with this, though, is that mesovortices do tend to migrate north along the UDCZ in shear dominant regimes compared to being anchored to the UDCZ in balanced regimes. Then you have the contracting bookend vortex. This is an interesting one. This one is actually one of the only confidence builders that does not require the 3 ingredients to be necessary. And typically you're looking for a rotational velocity that is greater than or equal to 25 knots. While these are particular rare tornadoes, they will be found most often on contracting bookends vortices. The last confidence builder before we head on to the nudgers is the confirmed tornado or tornado debris signature. There's 3 criteria that for sure need to be met for this to confirm a tornado debris signature. Looking in the top right square there, you can see that we have a strong couplet present with a rotational velocity of 35 knots. So at this time, we know that there's a pretty good rotation and across that region. Now we want to see if that is co-located with other futures as well. First off, we want to see if the CC is less than or equal to 0.9. Looking at that bottom left-hand square, you can see that the CC has dropped out, co-located with that velocity somewhere around 0.69, meeting that criteria. Secondly, is that going to be co-located with areas of reflectivity are greater than or equal 30 dBz? Looking at that top left square, you can see that this is present in an area of dBz of around 50. Another aspect that can add confidence to a TDS is ZDR being near 0. In this particular case, you can see that the ZDR was minus 0.31. With all these futures coming into fruition, and also looking at this in a vertical and temporal continuity timestamps, you can assume that this is, in fact, a tornado debris signature. Now onto nudgers. The first one being a reflectivity tag intersecting a surge or a bow. These are typically thin lines of convection which propagate along the leading edge of a QLCS, typically in the presence of a vicinity of a low-level jet. These are outlined by the squiggly black dashed lines going up this QLCS. As those interact with a particular surge or bow, they can provide a potential increase for a tornado threat. The second nudger is 0 to 3 kilometer MLK being greater than or equal to 40 joules per kilogram. So looking at a particular sounding will quickly let you see if this is already being justified. So this is a particular nudger that can even be satisfied before you go into an event, whether that is launching a balloon at a particular office or looking at different model soundings. This aspect can already be satisfied. The third nudger is a cell merger or reflectivity spike near the surge or bow. As you can see on that example, I'll step back here so it runs one more time. You can see how that cell merges in with the line. So as that occurs, there's typically going to be a spike in reflectivity. There's even on rare occasions where the merging cell can actually provide an increased vorticity source as well. The final nudger is a history of tornadoes, including prior TDSs. I want to make it known that TDSs are often the most reliable tornado indicator for many QLCS tornadoes, given that they are often rain wrapped. So a history of tornadoes can often nudge you with a tornado warning decision downstream. Was there prior TDSs? Was there prior confirmed tornado and tornado damage? These are all things to take in mind when you're using this as a nudger and what the environment may look like out ahead of the QLCS as it progresses. That leads us to the final step of the mesovortex warning system, issuing the appropriate warnings. So to begin, I mentioned that you want at least a severe thunderstorm warning when the 3 ingredients are met. Now, as for a severe with a TOR possible, that's usually up to the discretion of the forecaster that is working radar. Typically, you want the 3 ingredients to be met in addition to 1 to 4 confidence builders and nudgers. Keep in mind that confidence builders hold more weight than nudgers. And additionally, when you have the 3 ingredients met and you're pushing 3 to 4 confidence builders or nudgers, that's when you should definitely be leaning towards a tornado warning at that particular scenario. At the National Weather Service, we use this chart here on the bottom left-hand side. While this chart does not have to be used, this is a good recommender for starting warning thresholds that show you the various options of issuing severe versus severe with TOR possible versus TOR. So I will go on if we have some time.
Yes, Kyle, you're good to go. So very good.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then I will go on. So bringing all that together into a mesovortex warning decision example from May 21st of 2019. This was in the Springfield CWA, and I do not want to be biased against this particular warning decision by any means, but this was my first tornado warning that I issued in the National Weather Service. So this was a fun event for me, to say the least, coming in hot with the QLCS event. So for this particular day, we had an enhanced look across much of Missouri region, including our portions of our CWA. And that included a 10% tornado area across portions of South Central Missouri, including the area that I will be focused on here in the next few slides. So let's dive right into this. This is looking at a portion of the QLCS line that I was focused on. We had two warning operators. One focused more on the northern segment of our CWA, and I was on the southern segment of the CWA. For simplicity of the presentation, I took all cities and counties and all that good stuff off of the map so that we could focus in on the various parts of the QLCS warning system. So first off, let's discuss the 3 ingredients method. You can see that this line was pretty well balanced. That's denoted by the white dashed line here. So that ingredient has been met. Secondly, I wanted to see if the 0 to 3 kilometer or 0 to 3 kilometer shear is greater than 30 knots. As you can see there, denoted by the area of the black star, there's generally around 50 to 55 knots, 0 to 3 shear off to the northeast. So for this whole line segment, this entire area would meet that threshold. Lastly, is there a surge or bow present? In fact, there is, and that is denoted here by this blue solid line on this page. So for this particular scenario, I overlaid what would have looked like one of my warnings, and this would be a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, you could also potentially go severe thunderstorm warning with a toward possible, as you do have a nudger that is not showing that is present, and that is your 0 to 3 kilometer ML cape is greater than 40 joules per kilogram. But at this time, we went with a severe thunderstorm warning across this region. So let's progress with time here, a couple slides forward. With time, you can see how this event really starts to come together. Focus on this area here behind the bowing structure, where you start to see reflectivities really start to drop off. This is where you have a disappearing reflectivity in the RIJ region. In addition to that, you start to see the presence of a front reflectivity nub at this time. And you also see an enhancing surge or bow as that begins to pivot with time. Lastly, there's the presence of an entry point. While I showed you on the last page with the 3 ingredients method, most of this was balanced. You can see here that as enhancing surge or bow changed the orientation of the line, there is actually a part here that began to go back into the updraft towers and became slightly shear dominant. So at this given time, we have met 5 different confidence builders and nudgers, including the one that I referenced in the ML cape being greater than 40. So at this given time, a tornado warning was issued for this area. Going ahead with time, you can see how this event really continues to evolve. Already here at this scan, you can begin to notice what would appear to be a paired front rear inflow notch. And going ahead a couple more scans, all the way till we have tornado touchdown. This would be when tornado touchdown is 15 minutes after the warning was issued. You can really see the presence of a paired front rear inflow notch. Additionally, there was a reflectivity tag intersecting at the surge. If I go back a couple scans, you can watch the orientation, or you can watch the origination of that reflectivity tag. Looking at my cursor here in this bottom part of the image, if you watch that progress forward with time, you can really watch how that tag works its way up the line and intersects at the surge. Additionally, taking a closer look in near the front reflectivity nub and the paired front rear inflow notch region, you can see the presence of a tight mesovortex. And this is overlaid as well with the same circle on the left-hand side, showing that reflectivity is also present at this time. This had a rotational velocity of around 35 to 40 knots. So at this given time, I already had achieved 8 different confidence billows and nudgers. So if I didn't have a tornado warning out by this time, I would have missed it. But thankfully, using the QLCS warning system, I already had a warning out 15 minutes prior to that when I had 5 confidence billows and nudgers. For this particular day, you can see on the right-hand image there, the SPC storm report page, you can see there were several reports of tornadoes, including several more across our region that particular day and into the St. Louis's CWA, with a different system producing tornadoes across portions of northeast Kansas. As for our survey results, 15-minute lead time was present on this tornado. In addition, there ended up being a possible TDS that was not shown on this particular presentation, as well as what could have probably been a cell merger reflectivity spike near the surge. So in total, there's somewhere around 8 to 10 different confidence builders and nudgers present in this particular case. This tornado was on the ground for 22 miles, with producing a maximum EF1 rating of 110 miles per hour wind speeds. So thank you very much to the NWS Central Region TWIP team and their continued work on the QLCS and supercells and everything in between with radar settings and everything. It's definitely going to help evolve the National Weather Service and our warning objectives and continuing on. So if you have any questions, feel free to email me or Jason Shulman as well. And there's going to be many of other TWIP members present as well that would be happy to share some information. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Jason, and Kyle. Outstanding presentation. So if anybody has any questions, please put them if you're on our Slack channel. Go under the hashtag radar workshop portion to place any questions. I don't see any in a moment, but Kyle, I guess I'll have a couple for you. So I think there's a big debate about issuing tornado warnings for QLCS tornadoes. And I think obviously the Springfield area gets quite a few of those. Up here in Iowa, we do as well. So what's your thoughts on, so certainly are these dangerous enough for tornado warnings to be going out from what you've seen?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's lots of different aspects that go into that. You know, these are not just always weak, short-lived tornadoes either. There's several examples of EF2 strength and even EF3 strength QLCS tornadoes over the past decade or so. In addition to that, also looking at from a society impact standpoint, much of portions of South Central Missouri, there's a lot of mobile homes across that area. And as we know, mobile homes are going to be the most susceptible to tornadoes. And to this day, there's still the highest number of fatalities in tornadoes. So I think that adds another aspect to it when you're talking about a EF1, maybe even low EF2 tornado hitting a mobile home. It's not going to take much to turn that mobile home over and do destruction. And I think that that definitely weighs into it.
Yeah, that's a great answer, Kyle. And so I think if anybody talks to Ray Wolf over in the Davenport, he's a science operations officer in the Davenport area. I think a lot of their fatalities actually have occurred with similar type events. So that's actually been the weaker tornadoes or even wind events, especially with all the outbuildings and et cetera, what some of the rural Iowans take shelter in sometimes certainly cause some issues. I'll have one more question for you. So as the warning meteorologist for the derecho event that went across Iowa last year, we actually had, I think it was around 45 knots of 0 to 3 kilometer shear across Iowa. However, is kind of angled from out of the 200-degree angle up to, towards 20. But our storm motion was about 270 or, moving about east at 90 degrees. So in that one, we actually are getting some nubs on the front end. But however, 0 to 3 kilometer line normal shear, I think if you calculate that out quickly, it came out to about 15 knots. So we actually held off on issuing tornado warnings of that and certainly focused on the extreme winds in that case. But however, with that, do you have any suggestions on how to quickly calculate that line normal shear?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something from a warning operations standpoint where you always want to have those shear vectors overlaid. You know, and knowing what separation you can have from that line normal is definitely a key thing. I know at NWS Springfield here, we actually have, I believe what they're called, or separation, Jason could back me up on this. I believe there's separation lines or something, where it essentially shows you if any kind of line bows in a certain direction, this is the angle that it could take to satisfy that 30 knots.
Yeah, I can jump in there. There's an overlay we have. I think everybody in Central Region has now. It's called bulk shear arrows.
Yes.
So basically, if you were to take and draw an arrow perpendicular to the UDCZ, and if it fell anywhere between the range of those arrows, you're basically going to be able to meet the 0 to 3 kilometer line normal bulk shear criteria of the 3 ingredients method.
Okay,
But,
excellent.
yeah, and then just one more add on to that, Rod, the image that Kyle showed earlier with that chart with the differing angles. Obviously, the stronger your 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear, the more you're going to be able to err on either side of perfectly line normal to be able to still realize that 0 to 3 kilometer 30 knot line normal magnitude. So that chart has also been very handy to our operational warning forecasters.
Yeah, and that brings up one last note. I think one other great thing to keep in mind with this from an operational standpoint is the importance of not only a radar assistant, but also a mesoanalyst in that particular scenario.
Yeah, that's an outstanding point, Kyle. Certainly the mesoanalyst, I think, is becoming basically a vital position within the National Weather Service for our warning operations. I'm sure it'd be certainly quite handy elsewhere as well. So thank you again to Kyle and Jason. I think they did send me, and we do have their reference sheet handout that I will send out to everybody that's registered for the conference, and I'll send that out after today. So once again, thank you, Kyle and Jason. Outstanding work, and we'll move on to the next presentation. So our next speaker will be John Stopkati. He's a Science Operations Officer from the National Weather Service in North Platte. His presentation is going to be on the relevance of the low-level storm relative velocity enhancement, which is the SURVE acronym, airstream, and tornado-producing supercells prior to tornado genesis. So this has been looking at some of these cases with John and Aaron. Aaron Johnson's also the core author of the Sioux and NWS Dodge City. And this is really a fascinating signature that they've been looking at, and certainly it's going to be really helpful within the National Weather Service warning operations and anybody else out there looking at that. And we'll see if we get a couple surveys later today. So with that, welcome, John.
Hey, thanks for having me, everybody at the Iowa chapter of the NWA. Appreciate the invitation. Hopefully you can see my screen okay there and hear me okay. All right, so yeah, as Rod alluded to, we're going to look at something a little bit differently, going back to supercells, which is kind of what's more prevalent in mine and Aaron's neck of the woods, although we do tend to have QLCSs every once in a while. But so, you know, kind of going through this, we're going to take a look at what we've defined as the low-level storm relative velocity enhancement airstream, or the SURVE. And we're going to look at it in relationship to supercells that produce tornadoes, although we'll touch briefly on the fact that these are found most likely in most supercells. So a little background here to start with. You know, those of us in the TWIP, you know, after doing the forecaster survey, realized that the radar training for supercell tornado genesis has really lagged some of the current research that's been out there for quite a while. As an example, a lot of the dual pole references to size sorting and that sort of thing have been out for over a decade. So it's not really anybody's fault. It's just kind of the way things have progressed over the years. And we know that the use of dual pole can be very helpful in assessing thermodynamic properties of downdrafts. And as mentioned, the TWIP, we're starting to look at a lot of this stuff. And those of you in the Weather Service, especially Central Region, have likely seen some of this as required training already. But, the one thing that's always nagged at me for a long time, and I've been in the Weather Service for 28 years, is that, back in the mid 90s, we were kind of trained to look for this magical low-level velocity couplet or VROT signature. But that doesn't magically appear. There are processes leading up to that. And in fact, if you're kind of waiting for that to issue your tornado warning, most likely, if it's a good enough signature at the lowest elevation slice, tornado warning might be too late by that time. And so you're going to end up with, at best, a 0 lead time, but more likely a missed event. So, and as mentioned earlier, high resolution modeling and dual Doppler analysis, really looks into this tornado genesis process. Most of the latest research is really pointing back to the idea that tornado genesis is driven in part by a downdraft that originates from the forward flank region. Buoyancy must be favorable in that downdraft, and that goes back to being able to say, well, we can't see downdrafts specifically with the 88D, nor can we see what buoyancy is, but we can infer those things, especially with some of the tools that we've seen here, or I'll show you here in a little bit. But then something else we've identified throughout going through literature over the last 5 to 10 years is that low-level meso positioning is critical to getting tornado genesis. You can't just have a low-level mesocyclone existing well out ahead of the inflow region or well behind in the cold air or something like that. So, and then the thing we have to keep in mind as a warning forecaster is, even in supercells, tornado genesis is a fairly rare event. That's maybe not the case on outbreak days like today, but in most cases, these processes really have to line up just perfectly for tornado genesis to be successful, at least successful for any length of time. So what is a survey? So you'll see on the little image there, the radar image of half-degree storm relative velocity, this little red outbound signature. And then I have in the inset there kind of the associated reflectivity image to kind of orient you to where we're looking at here. So this outbound signature is pretty subtle, but in this particular case, it's an outbound signature, but it's an enhancement to that kind of 0 isotop region that you see there. The one thing you have to keep in mind with this and many radar features and signatures that you're looking for when it comes to tornado genesis is that you really need to be inside of 40 nautical miles from the radar or below about 1 kilometer to see these things. And again, depending upon orientation to the radar itself, these may be inbound or outbound signatures, or in a really good case that we just saw about half an hour ago or a little more, sometimes the survey is actually orthogonal to the radar beam. And I don't go into that too much here, but there's a way that you can kind of infer some of that information too. So the thing to keep in mind is that your radar orientation is very important as well. And then the other important part to this is, as you notice, just immediately to the right of this outbound signature, you're not seeing an accompanying inbound signature. So this is really an asymmetric signature that's originating from the forward flank downdraft region, which the inset has changed now to KDP there. That kind of helps you kind of orient to where that downdraft region is. So again, this asymmetric signature will be, this is an outbound signature here flowing on the backside of the low-level mesocyclone. And there's kind of the ZDR arc to further orient you into this storm. By the way, this particular storm is the Mayfield, Kentucky EF3 tornado that occurred back in May of 2016. So again, this being an asymmetric signature really suggests that it's an airstream. And I said signature, it's not really a transient signature per se, although you'll see it evolving as the supercell matures and goes through cyclical processes. Again, we just saw that manifest in that storm that was southwest of Birmingham here about 45 minutes ago. But what we know through literature is that this particular area of the supercell is very important for many reasons, and that's because a buoyancy gradient exists, and we'll look at this in more detail in a bit. And then really looking for that potential for convergence under the low-level mesocyclone, again, with positioning being critical. All right, so if we look a little further into peer-reviewed research as to what's exactly happening in this particular area of the supercell, and this image here is adapted from Rotuno et al. In 2017. Again, the peer-reviewed research that's out there that really looks in and has the ability to look at high-resolution simulated supercells suggests this area is adjacent to the horizontal buoyancy gradient, and that exists in this region because of the forward flank precipitation downdraft. So as a result, if you go back to the theory about what a horizontal gradient really means, this is defined then as an area of baroclinic vorticity generation, which is important. And this being horizontal, it's important in the end result of getting vertical vorticity stretched to the point of tornadogenesis. This particular little movie here was taken from some of the research done by Lee Orff and his group. In this particular case, the high resolution simulation depicting the 2011 El Reno EF5. But what they found out was they did trajectory tracing, and they really determined that, at least from their point of view and research here, that partials originating along that forward flank downdraft boundary really go into the low-level mesocyclone, or what they determined or termed as the streamwise vorticity current. And again, that flows into the low-level mesocyclone. But as you see this little tracer of parcels going back into the deeper part of the forward flank and the cooler region of the downdraft, you see that those are the parcels that actually make it into the tornado itself. So really kind of changes your look on how you approach, what part of the forward flank downdraft you're looking at, and the signatures within the 88D. So taking this same idea a little bit further, in talking with Bruce Lee and Kathy Finley from their look and simulation of a very similar storm. This is kind of a graphic that was adapted from their research on this same idea of kind of depicting the SVC, the streamwise vorticity current, and then that separate area which you see in blue here that actually makes it into the tornado itself. I highlighted that area as the survey just to try to orient you to where we were. So let's go back and take a look at that supercell from Mayfield, Kentucky. And you can see now it's kind of oriented differently, but if we were to shift that image kind of on its head a little bit, you now see that where we have the outbound storm relative velocity signature identified in the actual Mayfield supercell, it lines up pretty well with originating out of that colder air of the forward flank downdraft. So digging a little bit deeper into that particular area of the supercell, we want to focus kind of on this red box right here, which kind of takes you through that backside of the low-level mesocyclone, and really the descending portion of that trajectory as it comes out of the forward flank. So there's some really cool work done by Dahl et al. And their group back in 2014 and 2015, taking a look at these, again, simulated supercells on a really high resolution detail. And here they've kind of broken down, their goal was kind of break down barotropic or environmental vorticity separated from what is generated by the storm itself. So what they found is that there's continued baroclinic vorticity generation in the horizontal sense as you're coming down the backside on that descending trajectory. And that's the important thing to point out about the differences between the survey and the SVC, is that the SVC, since it makes it into the low-level mesocyclone, is actually an ascending airstream, whereas the survey is descending. So as you look further into the research that's being done by these folks, they really break down into looking at the trajectory and the parcels themselves. And they have actually determined that the vorticity vector actually gets tipped off the streamline itself. So it actually becomes reoriented into the vertical. And again, there's that critical red part, red box there, that part of the supercell. So here's kind of a little 3D box, which is adapted there from Parker and Dahl's work in 2015, that really tries to show you a 3D depiction of that vorticity vector as it's descending, being tipped off the trajectory, and the vorticity vector being reoriented into the vertical. And so this, again, to try to orient you to where you are when looking at radar data, is kind of in that critical area on the backside of the developing low-level mesocyclone. Okay, so taking a breather there for a minute, kind of throwing you into back and forth between the radar image and the theory there. Now what? So got a typical picture of my my AWIPS presentation there, which of course wouldn't contain winter stuff, but obviously we're not looking at downdrafts nor vorticity with the 88D. So you have to infer a lot of this information. So really we need to go back to what the survey is and where that's located to try and relate it to that higher resolution research. So let's do a quick review then of what we know so far. And again, I have some of the theory images there from the work from Markowski and others from way back earlier in the previous decade to some of that more recent stuff. So again, parcels acquire baroclinically generated vorticity as they move rearward. That's in a storm relative sense and originating out of that forward flank region. So as they turn southward, the parcels, they have a bit of an ascension period before they go into that descension within the outflow. And then the continued southward in a relative sense, vorticity becomes reoriented into the vertical as those vorticity vectors become less inclined kind of on the back end and tilted upward on the front end there. So by the way, some of the more detailed research suggests that this can really only happen when the vorticity, the horizontal vorticity originally is crosswise. I won't go into a lot of detail with that here, but it really kind of ties back into the research being done on, including friction into the simulations of these high resolution models. But here's kind of a depiction of that particular area again. So let's go back through another example. This is the Roselle, Kansas EF3 from back in 2013. So we'll kind of break it down again. Here's that. In this case, it's a inbound signature. I have a little depiction of the where the radar might sit, where the Dodge City radar would be. So in this case, it's an inbound signature. You see a couple enhancements there. But really, this is the one we're focusing on here. And then the inset kind of shows you that same oval and where we're looking at with relationship to the survey. So again, you kind of have to keep in mind that we're not looking at full 3D convergence here. You really have to remember that what we see in the 88D are two-dimensional snapshots in time. Obviously, Sales helps you get those snapshots more frequently. And if you happen to be closer to the radar, running Merle would certainly be better to get you away from some of the low-level noise if need be. But generally, we're looking at the half-degree elevation angle here. So we're looking for that place where there is literal interpretation of the velocity would show you that there's 2D convergence there. So then we want to kind of to reorient and go up aloft to see where that low-level mesocyclone is. And I didn't touch on it too much here, but really, for those of you that are familiar with the ZDR arc, that's really allowing you, the ZDR arc allows you to see the intensity or the intensification potential for the low-level mesocyclone and not the tornado itself. So that's how the ZDR arc becomes a part of all this and helping to really get a handle on whether you can anticipate a low-level mesocyclone increase or not. Again, if you're looking for this convergence, you really want to see it line up right under that low-level mesocyclone, because that's really where that exchange from crosswise to streamwise vorticity happens, and also where that horizontal vorticity vector becomes reoriented into the vertical. And that's where all the stretching and tilting, is really rapidly emphasized. So then going back to the theory here, again, looking at this same area where that 2D convergence is happening, the streamwise vorticity is converted and then tilted into the vertical, becoming vertical vorticity. As it really gets into that last little bit of dissension before it gets oriented underneath that low-level mesocyclone. And again, that's where that tilting and stretching of the vertical vorticity can really happen to promote tornadogenesis right there. So we'll move into the take-home points here quick. Kind of going back to the basics, there's a lot of theory kind of laid on top of radar data here, and it would be great to go through and show you case after case of where this or what this looks like in the real world. But I know we don't really have time for that. So here's just a few points I kind of want to drive home to kind of understand where this fits in the whole realm of tornadogenesis. So the survey, again, storm relative velocity enhancement, is an asymmetric airstream originating from the forward flank. It's directed toward the developing low-level mesocyclone, and I say developing because, again, that's where you want to bring in some of those other tools to really help you anticipate when low-level mesocyclone intensification might be happening. What we've seen is this survey really can exist for even tens of minutes before tornadogenesis as it's waiting for that low-level mesocyclone to intensify. And, once, thinking about what happens when that intensification happens, that really, as Paul Markowski would say, that really kind of starts the sucking process or the vertical perturbation pressure gradient force oriented into the vertical. And that's really when that stretching and tilting happens. Again, this is a descending airstream adjacent to that buoyancy gradient that exists in that forward flank precipitation downdraft. And it's, again, so as a result of that buoyancy gradient, it's a place where storm scale horizontal baroclinic vorticity is generated. Again, some of the research, getting into the nitty-gritty details of friction into the model really suggests that because of adding that friction in there, that this vorticity is initially crosswise, and that's really what allows that tipping of the vorticity vector off the trajectory. That's how it can happen. Again, I'm not going to get into that too much as that research kind of starts to mature over the next couple of years. But again, if that 2D convergence exists under a developing low-level mesocyclone, you'll see that survey airstream really start to turn under that low-level mesocyclone. And this really happens as a result of what's known as the river bend effect. And without getting into a lot of detail here, it kind of goes back to some research done by Roberts et al. That goes into how that crosswise to streamwise vorticity conversion happens, thinking about a parcel as it goes around the backside of the low-level mesocyclone. And then again, here that horizontal vorticity in the descending part of the airstream is converted to vertical vorticity as the vorticity vector is reoriented due to the intense tilting and stretching that happens with that mesocyclone intensification. Okay, what the survey is not, it's not a silver bullet. There is no such thing for tornadogenesis. And I think, going back to Kyle's presentation there about the all the nudgers and the things associated with the QLCS warning system, there isn't just one thing. There's never going to be one thing. The tornadogenesis, whether it's in a QLCS or a supercell, is a process. So there's no particular signature that's going to guarantee tornadogenesis. So we have seen this particular airstream in non-tornado producing supercells as well. And I really could have done a talk on that alone because there are certain signatures that kind of yield itself to when a supercell may not produce a tornado because of the way the survey looks. But again, I could have done a separate presentation on that alone. So why isn't it a silver bullet? Well, again, remember that the 88D really only gives us 2D snapshots, little pictures in time that we put together to be able to infer how it all relates to scientific conceptual models. And we can't see vorticity and downdrafts in the 88D, but instead, you really have to have that scientific foundation by knowing the conceptual models. And that's really where we hope to add some important information based on the survey here in TWIP modules and things coming up over the next year or so to really add to that conceptual model idea of okay, the theory is great. How do you look at this and relate it to what we're seeing in the 88D? And again, you really got to bring in those dual pole tools, the ZDR arc, KDP foot, separation vector, and all those things really tie into being able to anticipate low-level mesocyclone intensification, which is critically important to this whole process. And then remembering that beam height and radar viewing angle is critically important. You really got to know where you are in relationship to the 88D itself. Anything that's, if you're looking at velocity in the lowest elevation angle that's over 1 kilometer or 40 nautical miles away from the radar, you're likely not seeing the survey, but you may be catching the streamwise vorticity current within the low-level mesocyclone itself. So you got to kind of keep those things in mind, where you are in relationship to the radar you're looking at. Again, the survey may be perpendicular to the radar beam. Saw a great example of that about an hour ago. But how you can still use that, we'll kind of fish out some of those details in the coming months, hopefully with some of the TWIP stuff we're putting together on that. And then again, remembering that you're looking at a literal interpretation of storm relative velocity. We're not technically seeing the churning happen under the low-level mesocyclone, but again, that's inferred. But that's what we do as warning forecasters. We have to infer this stuff. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to see this. The main point being that these velocity couplets, these VROT signatures that everybody looks for, those don't just magically happen. There's a process to get there. All right, so that's about all I have for this particular part. Looking at the survey airstream, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, John. Outstanding presentation to you from both you and Aaron, everything you've looked at with that. And I think the one thing to point out, like John continues to reiterate, is that, you know, by the time you look and find the mesocycline, you may be too late already. So we're looking for all these kind of precursors that occur that kind of lead to the mesocycline intensification, and what we can look for to get these warnings out certainly quicker. One question I do have that says, so the let's see, this is a question. So the forward flank downdraft is where the outflow is occurring?
Correct. That's at least based on, you know, high resolution simulations, even going back to some of the early work done by Markowski and his group, really looking at more of the forward flank. Now, a lot of people say, does that mean there isn't a rear flank, or are you ignoring the rear flank? I don't think it's that simple. I think certainly the what some of the, again, high resolution details are coming out with the internal surges kind of originating from what we typically think of as the rear flank downdraft. Certainly that's a player in there. How the, you know, there's some research back from 2014 or 2016 by Shankman and their group looking at stagnation zones that occur kind of maybe in the 5 to 10,000 foot range, or maybe a little lower than that, that occur as a result to really help nudge that survey eastward in a storm relative sense, again, on the backside of that mesocyclone. So I think there's still a lot of work to do to put those things together. But what we're seeing in some of the research, again, by Markowski and Richardson and Lee Orff and his group and Kathy Finley, you know, they're really looking at trajectories originating or coming through the forward flank downdraft. And again, you know, we have to remember that even in these high risk days, like we saw a week ago, and undoubtedly like we'll see later today, not all these storms in this environment are going to produce a tornado. So it's not that simple. You know, so there are reasons why that happens. And it's kind of our goal to try to figure out, at least to help, you know, move some of these conceptual models along as to how you can find some of these details. The orientation of the survey is critically important, and that's unfortunately at this point in time very subjective. So it's going to take looking at case after case after case of these surveys to really get familiar with what it is you're looking at, and you know, how to make sense of that in relationship to the low-level mesocyclone. And that's what we hope to do with the TWIP group, is to, you know, make some radar feature catalog entries, and really kind of, you know, enhance the repetition of training that you really need to get familiar with these things. You know, I've been looking at these things for well over a decade, and only, you know, kind of over the last handful of years, with the help of Aaron and kind of looking at these things in more detail, figuring out how this all relates to that research that's been out there for over a decade. So still a lot to be learned here, but yeah, that's what we're looking at, is these this airstream originating from the forward flank.
All right, great, John. Okay, one more question. We're going to put you on the spot. So
Sure.
you're a warning meteorologist today, and everybody out there is getting ready to be a warning meteorologist in our workshop today. What's your 4-panel going to have on it in GR?
Yeah, it's too bad GR is limited to only 4, right?
Exactly.
So I'm going to have reflectivity in the upper left, no doubt. Storm relative velocity in the upper right. In the lower right, I'm going to have some sense of where the low-level mesocyclone is. And keep in mind, you're going to have to change probably the elevation angle, you know, depending upon where that storm is. And then in the lower left, I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to say it's going to go from CC to ZDR to KDP.
Yep,
So that's what I
outstanding.
typically do.
Yeah, excellent. So everybody's participating today, or even in the future, certainly you're going to have to be moving around and changing different products and everything. So once again, thank you, John and Aaron. Outstanding work, and appreciate everything you've got done there. And certainly, you know, all the NWS warning meteorologists are already taking A lot of your work into account already, so outstanding. So thank
right,
you again.
thank you.
All right, next we will move on to Kevin Scow. He is at the National Weather Service in Topeka, and he's got some pretty cool co-authors, I believe. And with that, he's going to have applications and examples of the behavior-based tornadic debris signature identification technique, which we, again, maybe looking at some of those again today as well.
All right, thanks, Rod. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're good.
All right, awesome. Well, good afternoon from the operations floor at WFO Topeka, Kansas. We're going to be taking a bit of a different twist here with this talk, where the last two have focused on the predictability of tornadoes. We're now going to be looking at radar signatures after the tornadoes already happened. And you may ask, why are we doing this? And it's because it can still help you in warning operations for both the current event for decision support services and also for further warnings downstream. So again, we're going to be focusing on the tornadic debris signature itself and a little bit of background on the TDS. It was first coined in the early 2000s using the May 3rd, 1999 tornado in Oklahoma City. And they were set thresholds that were defined for the TDS using the dual pol radar down there with reflectivity of greater than 45 dBz, the presence of an SRM couplet, and correlation coefficient of less than 0.8. And over time, there have been additional studies that have tried to refine these thresholds for tornadic debris signature, and they've all looked at, reflectivity, velocity data, and correlation coefficient. And you'll see a general relaxation in those thresholds as we get further towards the current time, especially with reflectivity and correlation coefficient to some degree, where there's now deviations allowed with some of the Vandenbroek studies. But you'll notice especially all of them are relying on the presence of a couplet, which we'll get more into in the next couple of slides. And the last of these studies that I could find that really tried to set TDS thresholds was in 2014. And since then, we've seen a lot of different 88D scanning strategy updates with AVSET, SAILS, MesoSAILS, and now MERL that have all come online in the last 5 to 7 years, where we're now seeing update times for the half-degree reflectivity tilt in VCP 12 and as little as 62 to 80 seconds. So we're now able to get far greater updates in those lower elevation tilts than we used to be able to in the past. So let's take a step back from those thresholds and ask ourselves what is really happening with the debris from a tornado. And so this is just an example right after the tornado has formed in this schematic, where you have your mesocyclone aloft helping to pull that airstream upward. And over time, what happens, that debris gets pulled upward in a very tight, concise plume upwards through the updraft, and it starts appearing as a semicircular region of depressed correlation coefficient. In this example, I have overlaid hypothetical radar tilts here in the dotted black line, starting at ½ degree, going up to just say 1.8 degrees. So now we're just starting to intercept the very lowest tilt from our radar beam. Over time, owing to centrifuging and other dispersion, the plume begins to widen with time and height. And this is especially easier to view with time rather than height, owing to the various distances the tornado could be from your 88D and the available tilts at your disposal. And so that correlation coefficient plume begins to widen with time. And eventually, as gravity takes over once the tornado itself has dissipated, you start to see a dilution in this plume, and it becomes, you actually can sometimes see a debris fallout signature. I've been watching the storms down south. That storm northeast of Birmingham looks like there was actually just a debris fallout signature from that one as well over the last 15 minutes. So very, you can see these different signatures happening throughout the life cycle of a storm. And for those of you who are weather service meteorologists who have ever run high split plumes, or if you've ever looked at any sort of fire weather behavior, you'll notice this behaves exactly like a particulate plume. Whether it's any sort of aerosol, this debris acts as a plume. So now let's get into the science side that of TDSs versus tornadic scale circulations. And it's no surprise that the 88D has a real tough time discerning an actual tornadic scale circulation. Oftentimes, these tornadoes are much smaller than the beam width of the 88D, and we're much more likely to sample the mesocyclone or mesovortex if it is actually present. The latest research for tornadogenesis is continuing to point to a bottom-up process. This is even regardless of storm mode, including supercells, where you have rapid near-surface vortex column stretching via an updraft, a mesocyclone, or a mesovortex. And I underline updraft there because that comes into play here on the next slide. And also, this very light TDS particulate matter can easily be advected throughout the storm, and they grow much larger than and last longer than the parent tornadic circulation. So this is really the crux of this whole presentation, is that it may be possible to sample a TDS if we have a favorable region of tornadogenesis without the actual presence of a radar resolvable couplet for part of or even all of the tornado's lifespan. This is particularly applicable for your QLCS, LP supercells, and even landspout modes that we'll be covering here in some examples coming up. So instead of really relying on these hard thresholds or looking for the need to have a couplet with a TDS, let's look for this plume. And we'll start with looking for the shape of the plume, looking for a semicircular region of correlation coefficient minimum, or even a reflectivity maximum. Your old debris ball can actually still be useful in areas where your precipitation signal is not that great. Next, that's the first step. The second step, we're going to look at the location of the signature. And of course, a velocity couplet is still highly desired, and most of the time you're going to see it. But also, let's add on other areas where tornadogenesis is likely, such as convergence zones or boundaries where you know that the threat for a tornado is there, even if you're not expecting to see an actual circulation couplet or a strong circulation couplet. Other times you can also utilize spectrum width to help identify those smaller scale circulations that may not be resolvable on SRM, but you can pick them out in your spectrum width, and also utilize your mesoscale environment. That's incredibly imperative to look for the signature in an environment that's going to support it. And then finally, for lower confidence situations, you want to assess the trends in this signature, that bottom-up process that spreads upward and outward with time and height. And of course, having to rely back on trends requires additional scans, and since time is of the essence, I would try to reserve this for lower confidence situations. But of course, during the course of the TDS, we should be seeing this overall trend in the signature. So let's put it all together here in some examples as we go through this. We're going to use this one example from an HP supercell from the Des Moines area back in June of 2014. You can see our area of interest is highlighted here in the black circle where we have circulation developing. You do have some noisiness in the correlation coefficient not ahead of it. Maybe some pixelation going right there. It's tough to tell if that's actually noise in the inflow region of the storm, some debris, some ground clutter right there, or if it's actually meteorologic or not debris signature. But if we go forward in time to the next scan, we've definitely seen that fallout in the correlation coefficient. Great circulation that's developed, a strong spectrum width max. So we've hit those first two criteria, and we have high confidence in this instance that there was a tornado there. So we can message to our partners that indeed we do have a tornado in progress. And then going to the next scan, a couple minutes later, we now see that tornado has actually dissipated. This didn't last very long. It was a very short-lived tornado. And the debris signature itself is naturally widening outward with time. But really, this was a textbook example, and quite frankly, would meet the criteria-based thresholds that other studies have used. So let's go on to a harder case. This was an easy case. So this is one of Rod's favorite cases from southwest of Des Moines back in 2017 of a supercell storm with an elongated appendage for the rear flank downdraft and a little bit of a hook developing there. On the back side, you have a broad mesocyclone that's noted there in SRM. Nothing really to note in correlation coefficient, and it's kind of noisy there in spectrum width. Your beam height at this point, just to note, is about 3,200 feet above radar level. And if we, just for fun, look aloft at the same time, you'll see really nothing to note. You do, again, see that hook developing here on this edge of the broad appendage, but correlation coefficient really doesn't show much of anything in terms of a signal. So let's move forward a few minutes. And suddenly we see this drop off in the correlation coefficient juxtaposed with an actual increase in reflectivity. Your reflectivity values are on the order of 30 to 40 dBz. you don't have much of a circulation there. You have something, but it really isn't matched up with that fallout in the correlation coefficient. And we do see an increase in spectrum width. It has become more defined and more tight. So actually, we would hit the shape and location thresholds for that TDS, but are we really confident that's actually a tornado right now? Let's go a little bit more forward in time. Let's look aloft, and sure enough, that fallout in the correlation coefficient is now extending aloft into the storm, and your reflectivity values are very high to have a quality signal. We're looking for anywhere greater than 20 to 25 dBz, and in this case, we're 35 to even 40 dBz. So we definitely have a reliable signal up there. We can now construct a vertical cross section through that TDS. We know it's going upward and outward with height. We can say with certainty that we do have something going on here in terms of a TDS. And then going more forward in time, you'll see that indeed that little debris ball remains very much self and discrete. And there's not much of a circulation at all, but the spectrum width remains very, very tight and well defined for that circulation, while SRM is basically failing us. And that debris plume is kind of advecting a little bit ahead of the tornado. It's tough to see at this point because we don't have much in the way of precipitation particles there to measure with, but it's certainly working ahead of the tornado. And then finally, as the tornado begins to dissipate, your debris ball begins to widen a little bit, and the reflectivity values are upwards of 40 to 50 dBz, and really there's just no couplet to even speak of in this instance. So this would really fail previous TDS methods that have been previously used in the research in academia. Here's a cross section through that TDS and a picture of the tornado as that cross section was being taken, and you can just see how displaced it is from the actual storm itself. And you look aloft and you can see why the radar is struggling to even see a circulation, because there's really not much in the way of any cloud matter above the tornado. It's a very low level circulation. You can see the RFD having punched all the way around, and you can see that circulation is confined to the very low levels of the storm. Here are some other examples from a more recent case by Des Moines in 2018. This was the Bondurant tornadoes just to the northeast of Des Moines, where we actually have two simultaneous debris signatures right there. They're incredibly hard to see at ½ degree, and it's only when stepping through time that you actually are able to even pick it up. In this instance, we've overlaid our rough boundary. There was a boundary in the vicinity, and your circulation for the Bondurant tornado is that little area of increased velocity there. And again, this is at ½ degree, so maybe we need to step up to see these circulations better to assess the potential for a TDS. Looking forward again, you see they have those little tiny speckles of increased reflectivity by Bondurant as the tornado is going through town. And you can also see there's a small circulation up here. I don't know if I'm going to call it a circulation, that you can pick out a little bit of an enhancement in velocity where that boundary loops back in, where your second TDS might be. After Bondurant, you see it begins to widen with time and height, and again, your correlation coefficient is very low, but that is certainly a non-meteorological signal going on right there. That is your TDS, despite the fact you just don't have a circulation that's showing up on radar, even at a beam height of only 700 feet. Small QLCS tornadoes, these are certainly tricky ones to pick out sometimes. This is an example where your average correlation coefficient was higher than 0.8, which would fail most TDS methods, and this is possibly due to having an increased amount of hydrometeors mixing in with this. That could be a reason for why this debris signature was muted, and really not much of a couplet to speak of at all. And the blue outline here is the tornado track. And this is a note that this is a very scalable process that works with the smallest to even the largest TDS methods. We're not focusing on criteria, we're focusing on trends. Another case study that we had across Iowa, this is just an example where we had a TDS viewed with time and over time, and this is the SRM with that. You see one brief moment where you can maybe discern a couplet, maybe, in one of these gate-to-gate pixels where the TDS just starts to form, and then afterwards it simply is not visible on radar, where the beam height's about 2,700 feet above ground. And this again alludes to a great example of a bottom-up tornado genesis process. This black line is actually the tornado track itself. So the tornado was in progress before any circulation was visible, and of course before the TDS was visible. In that same event where that previous example was from, we identified 12 TDSs from the KDMX radar, and matched 11 to surface vortex tracks, with number 12 having the field harvested before we could get there and take pictures. And 5 of these 12 tornadoes did not have a resolvable SRM couplet with them. And they were at reasonably good sampling distances from the radar, and they were all located along that QLCS conversion zone, and all of the other 3 ingredients were being matched for those circulations. They just didn't have a couplet with them. So some caveats to be aware of if you're trying to assess TDS trends. Identification does become an issue when you start in training non-meteorological scatterers, and this is especially true in the updraft inflow region of storms. And one way to watch these is watch how the signal evolves over time. These updraft inflow regions tend to be slower evolving, obviously generally non-circular in shape, and possess lower reflectivity values than you might expect with a TDS. And this is where monitoring, again, those temporal and vertical trends becomes even more crucial for assessing whether or not a TDS truly exists. Other times you have non-uniform beam filling, which can result in a very noisy correlation coefficient signal. And again, monitoring temporal trends will help you be able to track these signals through the clutter to better discern their existence. And in this example, there's 2 tornadoes. You can see them. They're not the greatest in terms of a SRM couplet there, but you can see these little enhanced regions or lowered regions of correlation coefficient that if we were to loop this, you could see them tracking through the clutter itself and staying up with these broader scale circulations, these lower top supercells, supercell event. And finally, mixed hydrometeors such as hail, they're often more diluted in appearance and they're slower to evolve, and you can sometimes even trace them from aloft in the storm towards the surface. Again, using that temporal trend technique to your advantage and seeing if it's a top-down signal versus a bottom-up signal. So in summary here, we're trying to advance beyond these simple product-based thresholds by not instilling an upper bound in correlation coefficient, not really a lower bound in reflectivity, and even removing the need for a velocity couplet, and instead looking for these plume signatures in regions that we have identified as favorable for tornadogenesis. And again, the 3 big things to remember is the shape of the signal, where it's located, and how it's behaving, how its trend is going with time. And this is in operations if you're in weather service. Make sure you utilize the raw CC and not the smooth CC product that we oftentimes can be using in AWIPS. Heavily utilize your mesosales and mural scanning strategies that the TWIP has been hitting on and identifying for targets of opportunity for the last 6 to 12 months. And again, why do we care? I alluded to this at the beginning, that proper TDS identification can really aid in downstream messaging and decision making, and even help with post-event storm surveying, where you can utilize your TDSs to hone in on where you think you need to send survey crews. And really, this technique builds upon the threshold-based techniques. This is not to say that thresholds are wrong. This is to try and help us find the really lower bound spectrum of TDSs. And, you know, Rod alluded to this earlier about QLCS tornadoes, is it really does elicit some questions if some of these are even truly tornadoes and if they deserve tornado warnings. And, you know, it can be tough when you have a TDS that you warn on and it's a very short-lived tornado and difficult to verify. And that's okay. We'll iron these out over time as we get better at our post-event storm surveying techniques. So this is wrapping things up here. That would be, if anyone has any questions, feel free to email me, or I'll take some here from Rod as we wrap things up here. So thank you for your time.
Outstanding, Kevin. Thank you. So let me double check, see if any questions. So once again, if anybody had any questions, please place them into the Slack Radar Workshop. Otherwise, you can also put them in the Zoom chat as well. Kevin, I guess one of the things throughout your study, what tools? Okay, so you're seeing a lot of these weak, at least weaknesses in the correlation coefficient. What kind of tools are you, and storm survey tools are you using to help verify that these are actually tornadic circulations?
Oh, Rod, you know the answer to this question. We've been really heavily utilizing aerial surveying techniques because ground surveys are inherently limited, and we've really pushed the boundary of where ground surveys can take us. So aerial surveying is really the next step when it comes to being able to find and identify these tornado tracks. And we won't be able to find all of them. Ground cover could certainly play a part in whether or not a track is visible. Of course, the strength of the tornado will also play a part. But aerial surveying through Civil Air Patrol flights or other aerial satellite means, even private UAVs. We don't have our own weather service UAV yet. I hope that changes in the future. But at this point, private UAV photos and on-demand or even repetitive satellite imagery requests are all very heavily used right now to try and find these tornadoes that we may have missed in the past.
Double checking any other, making sure I'm not missing any questions. And then I guess one other one for you, Kevin, you touched on a little bit as well as the warned, not warned scenarios, certainly with these. And as you've found, and certainly the August 2014 case was really a pretty exceptional case where actually I still remember the day when Kevin came in, he actually found that a lot of these tracks it was in the background of the GR satellite data. He was actually, it just happened to pop up and ended up finding well over 100 of these tracks. So you and Craig did quite a bit of research on that, I guess. And so, touched on the warning. At what point are you using the near shore environment? Are you using other radar data? How strong that correlation coefficient is. I think one of the decisions, one of the things we've heard with these TDSs is maybe the warning meteorologists didn't think it was a strong enough tornado to actually issue a tornado warning. So at what point are you issuing a tornado warning for that?
Well, right now, as you've said, the current criteria for us issuing tornado warnings is any tornado. So I would still want to be beholden to that, especially if you're getting towards any sort of populated area. If it's a little TDS that I think is already dead and in the middle of the Flint Hills down here in Kansas, I might hold back a bit. But right now, the current Weather Service guidance is any tornado. I certainly wish in the future we have more of a spectrum of types of warnings we can throw out to try to convey the threat better, because as we've said, a tornado warning can mean anything from a dinky little landspout to a monster wedge tornado. And we are better than that. We know the environment. We know the types of tornadoes a certain storm is going to produce, and being able to convey that properly to everyone is something we need to get better at as an agency.
All right, great. Thank you, Kevin. And same question I asked John. What's on your 4 panel for GR today?
On my 4 panel, right now, I just, because I've been bopping back and forth between the forecast and trying to figure out if we're going to have tornadoes tomorrow here in northern Kansas. But right now, I just have reflectivity. I'm just looking at base right now. Half-degree reflectivity, SRM. I like my spectrum width. Ray will give me a big plug for that. I have spectrum width and correlation coefficient right now. And of course, I love scanning up and down, utilizing those all tilts within the storm. So I'm constantly scanning up and down through the storm in GR to assess what's happening.
All right, outstanding. Thank you again, Kevin, for taking out time. I think Kevin is working in operations today, so outstanding. Thanks for that. And for everybody else, I think we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. What we are currently deciding, I'm going to share my screen real quick. And you'll see the Slack at the moment. So we're currently deciding what we're going to do for the radar today. And one thing I wanted to pass along is one of our invited speakers is James Spann for tomorrow. And there's unconfirmed reports that maybe his house was damaged by the tornado that went past Birmingham earlier today. So certainly our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family and everybody else down in there. So all the best for James, and we'll see if he's able to still present tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get word that everything's okay down there for them. But right now we are running on the Des Moines radar. We are currently still running the Columbia Mississippi radar. We might take a poll. The big storm right now that went past Birmingham is actually on our radars east of the area, closer to Birmingham. Does anybody have any thoughts? We're thinking about maybe moving to Huntsville, or, and maybe I'm not sharing my screen properly.
Yeah, I'm not getting your screen share.
Okay, 1 second.
Also, if we're going to do a poll, I would recommend we conduct that most easily through Slack.
Okay, let's do it that. I'll work on my screen share in a minute. But what our poll will be is please select which radar we will use for our live warning workshop. So Birmingham, Huntsville, or the Columbia radar, GWX, which we currently are using in our radar at DMX. And we will be back at 2:50 p.m. To go through. If anybody has any setup questions, please put them in either the Zoom chat. We prefer them in the Slack chat, the radar workshop #1, and we'll certainly help you out from there. And then we'll go through some of the setup details as well when we come back. So 10-minute, or well, I guess about an 8-minute break now until 2:50 p.m. CDT.
Rod, just a couple of quick comments. I know we got the big monster supercell. It's been long track now, moving closer to Huntsville here. But if you take a look at the Columbus radar, we're getting more initiation back in there, and we're starting to see some decent signatures in the velocity field. I think that still might be the more appropriate place in terms of where we may have a tornado threat. And we're going in later throughout the workshop. We'll have more of the action that's going to be available. Because that's where some of the clearer areas, it's where the better instability is going to be. And based on soundings, I think Huntsville may be just too far east, at least for what we're trying to accomplish for the workshop here. It's not to say that the further east you go of Huntsville that they're going to be completely okay, but I think the better environment's still going to be closer to the Columbus radar, and we are starting to see some initiation. That's where more of the newer updrafts are going up. So that's just one thing to keep in mind, is that if we're looking to go on for at least 90 minutes with this event, we may end up with more action near Columbus.
Yeah, and then what Alex is pointing out, across Mississippi, which is actually Omaha's area now, eastern Nebraska, we do have MLKs approaching 3,000 now, and there'll likely be some more initiation as you come into what will be our forecast area. And a lot of the better shear right now is focused across this southern half. So certainly we would expect more tornadic supercells to potentially develop across this area. So we will be back at 2:50. Thanks, Alex, for the input.
In the storm that's northeast of Birmingham right now, I see an inflow notch just west of Alexandria, Alabama.
John, sorry. It's just easier to communicate with. They said it'll be Columbia, Mississippi, Huntsville, Alabama, and Birmingham, Alabama.
Okay, got it. I was just trying to, sorry about stopping the stream share. I was just trying to get our sponsor ads up. But it looks like I might have accidentally displayed some other cameras on my computer.
No
Sorry
problem.
about that, everyone.
Nope, no problem.
Hey, John, do you need to recreate the break rooms?
I will need to reopen them. So I'll do that once the time comes up and we tell everyone what the options are.
10-4. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we'll start back up here in about 1 minute. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We will get started as John mentioned. So we do have one of our sponsors this year is Midland Radio, and as you can see on the graphics, that there will be 3 of the registrants this year will receive free Midland radios. So that will be drawn randomly from the registration list, and I believe someone will get in contact with those recipients at some point either during the conference or shortly after. So with that, as we discussed, we are trying to decide what we're going to do with which radar across the area. And I'll take over the screen share once again and show the radar currently across Iowa, and we're using the Columbia, Mississippi radar yet. With that, there was one tornado just recently with this supercell that's near the Pella area, moving across a few minutes ago. That one's actually lifted back off to the northeast. If you want to look at, I did create a few graphics, which I'll bring over. This is based off just transposing the data down there. But if you looked at the mixed layer Cape transposed across Iowa using these radars, we'd basically have about 2,000 mixed layer Cape uncapped moving into southwest Iowa with these radars. Certainly the effective shear or low level, or less effective SRH, I should say, is greatest across the eastern portion of the state with anywhere from 300 to 500. And again, this is based off, actually I'm based these off of the Huntsville radar. So you can imagine if we're over towards GWX, we'll actually be a little bit further to the west with these. LCL height certainly quite low across much of the area, around 500 meters. I think a lot of researchers had them anywhere below 750 meters is pretty good, especially across this region and across the south. Anytime you get above 1,000 meters, certainly becomes more problematic unless you get off towards the higher terrain off to the west. This is a 0.3 kilometer cape and surface vorticity. Certainly, again, you'd move this over just a little bit eastward if we do use Columbia, Mississippi. But you can see getting some low level stretching occurring with that. Deep layer effective shear, 60, 70, so pretty strong across the areas. Certainly sufficient for supercell development with the strong updrafts that are present. And then our effective, maybe I showed the wrong one earlier, but anyway, effective SRH, again, I showed that earlier, anywhere from 3 to 500 across the east. And then looking at our SIG TOR parameter right now, anywhere from 2 to 5 across much of the south. And with that, so with that, I don't believe we had too many comments in the Slack session yet, so just double checking. Yeah, I don't. Is that correct, John? I don't believe we've had. Well, we've had a few. So what are we looking at? Is that so far? Is that GWX is currently leading the poll?
Yes, by a decent margin.
Okay, so if everybody's in favor of GWX, we can chatting to Daryl here. Everybody saw me chatting a little bit to go to Daryl. It's possible we could switch over at some point, but once we start doing the interactive warning workshop, we will have, it will impact any stats. And again, the stats are just for fun. As far as the, we're going to have that separate breakout session, which we'll discuss and really get into depth. And hopefully we can have, there can be a good collaboration, which Alex Kroll will lead. You can do that in the Slack as well, or maybe John will have more info. Maybe that can be done in the Zoom chat also, possibly. But that'll be a discussion. Really, you can jump from radar to radar. Anybody with the phone apps or radar, they can also. Just a chat from Daryl now saying that there'd be a new tornado warning with this current setup right now. So how about we plan to going with our current setup, Columbia? And as you mentioned, the breakout session can jump, Alex can jump from radar to radar. And any of you that have phone apps or any other apps to look at radar, you can certainly join in, and he'll actually use the actual radar locations instead of the transposed to make it easier for those that are included with that. So we went over the near storm environment data for those that are going to be in this. And actually, I'll demonstrate how the warning session is going to occur with this. So I'm going to stop my session again. I apologize. There was an error in the config polling site that I sent out. Again, it's http://workshop.agron.ia-state with the T, ne.edu/L2 data. And I believe John posted that in the Slack as well. Once you have it in there, just move it up to the top, select OK. And then you should be able to select your start polling. As long as you're at KDMX, you'll be fine. Now, if you're at another site, just note that the way config polling goes, if it doesn't see the site, so say KHTX down south or KGWX down south, it'll move down to your next polling site to look for it with that. But just make sure when you're done with this session that you remove it or move it down to the bottom so it's not overriding Des Moines when you're doing that. So go ahead and hit start polling with that. I also talked about, and I'll go over it here as well, WarnGen, that may be the biggest issue. So once you do set up WarnGen, and let me close my WarnGen session out. Close those out so we're starting from scratch. So once you create WarnGen, it should place that WarnGen file and you'll have all these. So you're going to be double clicking the 1.5 exec file. Once you do that, you'll get the option to select LAN or WAN. We'll be selecting WAN for this.
So do we access this through Slack?
Go ahead, repeat the question, please.
Do we access this through Slack, like the files that, or the file that you just pulled up, or?
No. So you're talking about the, you should have it in the, it should have been out in the email that was sent out yesterday.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So if you go to the bottom, there should be a shared folder that says WarnGen. If you click on that, hopefully everybody should have access to it. I think I have it set to anybody with a link should be able to pull up WarnGen. So once you do run that WarnGen, it should be a WarnGen, just the same file name as I had here, except for it'll be WarnGen, I believe, setup.exec with it. You'll double click the setup exec. It'll ask you to, it'll default to see WarnGen. Plan on running like that. And I believe Windows 10 will give you several messages or cautionary messages, or possibly your even antivirus may balk at it a little bit just because it's an exec file with it. So once you do have that, you have WarnGen start come up. We talked about running the place files. So you'll be selecting Windows again. We ran at this at the beginning, but I'll just double check or run it again. Show place file manager, hit the plus button, and you will just copy, paste those in, hit OK, copy, paste that one in, hit OK, copy, paste that one in, and hit OK. And as I mentioned, I did add a separate DMX CWA text. Basically, it's this warning outline that's not filled in with the email that was sent out yesterday. You can certainly replace that here and just place the new place file in here, wherever you place it, hit OK, and that'll run. Then you just hit, here I'll hit cancel since I already have them all in there. Your place file manager is ready to go. Make sure you have under GIS, you're showing your places. And so what will happen is when you do run GR, then I'm going to hit OK. First thing you will want to do is change your name. So mine's under NWS DMX Donovan. It may say, it'll say change name here. Select that, change your name, and then set new. So pretend I just did that. If you have any other questions with it, please hit, well, I guess I do have one more setup for everybody. That's kind of important since we are running in real time. Hit the help config, go down to WarnGen configuration. And when you select that, this SIM time factor is going to be defaulted to 1.5. So in the past, we run of archive cases for the radar workshop as sped up in time. Set that to 1.0 and save settings. Now there's an outside chance this version of WarnGen may blow out and close on you. When you do that, just open it back up, and that should be a save setting. So we save settings. I already did that. There's other how-to items in here, but I'll go through those right now. So what we're going to do with that now, I'm going to use current on my name, and then I'll move you down to select warning type. So you can run this in 4 panels. So we talked about, looks like Daryl's already run one test warning in there. The very first thing you're going to do is you want to set your storm motion vector. So let's just pull up a storm motion vector. And we'll just pull it up for everybody right now. So we'll place a marker here. Well, I had a little jump in the radar data, so I'll do it off this data since we have a little bump in the data.
I tried to pull up the WarnGen thing on my phone in my Gmail, and it said it was like an unsupported file type. Is there any way I could do it like while like having the Zoom session window open, like, you know, downloading it from my laptop? Because I'm listening to this on my laptop right now.
Yeah, so you're
Sorry,
down.
it's this unsupported file type, so I'm just having trouble accessing it right now.
Are you downloading it from? Go ahead, John, while you do that.
I was just going to say, it sounded like, were you trying to download that WarnGen onto your phone?
Yeah, in my Google Drive.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, it most likely will be flat because it's likely an exe installer, so that will have to be downloaded directly from your web browser on your computer.
Yeah, so feel free to jump if you need. Certainly, if you have one screen or something. We aren't going to begin warning operations till 3:15 p.m. CDT. So feel free to move over if you need to.
Oh, I see how to do this. So I just double clicked on the screen, and it lets me minimize the Zoom thing while still staying in the you know, online with you guys. And
correct.
I'll switch back to this in a second.
Yep.
Once I download the WarnGen, yeah.
Exactly. And if you or anyone else is in need of technical assistance once we proceed, one of our breakout rooms, which are open now, once you're ready to hop over to one of the respective sessions, there is a technical help breakout room that you can join if you want any assistance in getting things set up.
Right. And to give you more time, certainly don't feel bad if you don't get into the warning session right away. We can always run a little long with the warning session if needed. And don't worry about your stats. That's not going to be a big issue. We can delay the stat calculation a little bit beyond the 315 with that. As we move on, certainly you can issue the warnings in the in this four panel configuration. So what you do is once we move on, select your warning type. So let's say we're going to select tornado on the one and then hit set. So the number one thing is, so now you put in your place files earlier that we showed you, just make sure those were selected on. That's these X or checks. When you put them in there, for most of you putting them in, they're going to be at the bottom. Just make sure
So
those
we
are
just click
selected
a
on.
download for this, Donovan, right?
Correct.
For the warn gen thing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so then what you'll do is make sure those are checked on, so it'll show your warning vertices. And then what I'm gonna do is select the one, and then we're gonna move it. So wherever you select, that's gonna be your warning position, and I actually select the wrong thing. So I'm select vertex 1 again. We meant to have it in this area. And it may take a minute to move. So the easiest way to adjust these vertices are going to be, so it's going to go, 1 is the middle one. That's, you only want to move that once. And then you have 2, 5, 3, and 4. And note, you want your DMX borders up because Daryl's going to be penalizing anybody that issues a warning outside those borders. So with that, we'll select vertex 3. Let's move it up here by Hartwick. And it may take a minute, so just give it time. You may have to click it one more time for it to take. That one moves. Select vertex E4, which is this one. We're going to move that one down here. And it'll move off. So you can do the same thing with vertexes 5 and 2 and move them around. Now note your initial warning, I have it set to 45. So when we selected that under the help config here with the set it to 1.0, it sets your warnings. If you want to have more challenging, set these to 30 minutes with that. But anyway, once we have that, I'm going to move my vertex back here for 4. I'll have to click again because it's just a little slow on especially my old laptop. Have that. You can certainly select an IBW tag as well. These aren't going to be scored today, but if you want to put a considerable catastrophic, that's basically your tornado emergency, which actually can be selected here as well. That can be also like I'm done under the severe thunderstorm warning. So the IBW tags are coming to severe thunderstorm warnings as well. You can select that. So let's just say this is a test warning. So I'm going to put considerable in, have that, and I'm going to issue my warning. And then the polygon shows up, and you can see here NWS, DMX Donovan, IBW tag considerable, gives your warning times with that. And there it goes. So it looks like I've got some other test warnings in there. So if you have a chance, start issuing some test warnings. Don't worry about expiring them early. With that, let's just try to get some test warnings in there. Try a bit for, they don't have to be perfect or anything like that. Just kind of get used to using WarnGen. And as John mentioned, you can jump into the technical assistance chat room as well, and they can help you out there to help get you set up. Also jump into, once you have WarnGen open, you can go to the help config files as well. Post questions in the Slack or even in the Zoom chat. Our goal is to start active warnings at 3:15 p.m.
Rod, would now be a good time to give a brief additional briefing, I guess, on the breakout rooms.
Yes, John, go ahead.
Okay, so for this session, we will be splitting up into parallel interactive forecast discussion, technical help, and any team-based breakout rooms. So I'll give a brief overview of what each of those are. The interactive session will be with Rod, and he'll be basically going over a high-level perspective on the case and going through essentially things live, but not giving a detail about, say, what his process would be doing any warnings. If you are going to be warning on your own and don't have any team members or anyone that you want to be participating alongside with, this is where you would want to head towards. The forecast discussion only will be led by Alex, and that will actually be where if you don't have GR available, or if you don't want to actively participate in the warning process, you can go over and receive in-depth forecast discussion and analysis and actually see how an NWS forecaster would be analyzing this case in real time. Technical help, again, is available in the technical help breakout room. If you want any help setting things up, we have a couple electronics team members there. And one thing that you won't see right now on the breakout room, but is an option if you want to participate with any other participants on the call, we can set up new breakout rooms where you can break off into your own little team cluster and share your screen and participate with other participants together. So if you are interested in that, just send me a message in the Slack channel and I will get one of those team breakout rooms set up for you. Otherwise, please feel free using the Zoom breakout room functionality to assign yourself to the interactive session, forecast discussion only, or technical help breakout rooms. And if you are using the web client or have an older version of Zoom and cannot assign yourself to one of these respective sessions, please put a message in the Slack or the Zoom chat, and one of our electronic team member will assign you to your desired room. And if you have any questions, again, just ping me or one of the electronics team member on the Zoom or Slack chats. Thank you.
Great info, John. So everybody continue your practice warnings. If you're going to plan on, remember, try to keep your warnings within the Des Moines CWA. And if anybody else is moving over to the Alex session, the discussion regarding today's event, certainly please move and continue to move there. And if you have any questions, certainly John and the electronics team are here to help. And I will step back for about 5 minutes here and let everybody get situated. And we'll blow out. Oh, go ahead, John.
You are going to be assigned to that interactive session to just make sure that you join that session rather than in the main call here.
Okay, I will be moving into the interactive session now.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing for me figuring out the warn gen thing. But I was just selected a tornado warning, just practicing sending out the warnings. Just want to make sure I'm doing this right.
Yeah, that would be an excellent thing. If you would be able to go over to the technical help breakout room, if you're able to do that on your own. Otherwise, I can send you over there and you can ask the people, the electronics team people in there to help check that out for you.
Can you send me over there? That would be great. Thanks.
Yep.
Just one reminder for everyone. So we'll have two breakout rooms. The one is the interactive and one is the discussion room. So please move to one of those and we'll begin there shortly. If you have questions on how to move to those, John and electronics team are here to help.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to get to one of those groups there.
Sounds good. So which one would you like to end up at?
Well, I'm not going to be able to be interactive with it, so I'm just going to sort of observe because I'm doing like 3 different things. I'm here at work trying to make a forecast for TV purposes
Oh, that sounds good. So I'll send you over to the forecast discussion room.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi, this is Virginia Stone. I'm trying to get to Alex as well, and I don't seem to have that function on my Zoom.
Sounds good. I will send you over to the forecast discussion only room here.
Okay, thanks.
And now that it does look to be about the time that our session is starting, if you are still in this main session and you want to follow along, please just let me know either by voice chat, by Zoom chat, or in Slack if you want to be assigned to one of the other rooms and can't do so on your own. All right, just one final notification for everyone who isn't in one of the breakout rooms so far. I am going to be heading over and monitoring and flipping between the different breakout rooms. So if you need any more technical assistance, the best way, or direct from me, best way to do that is now through Slack, because I won't be able to necessarily see the chat in all the different breakout rooms while I'm hopping between them. So again, any remaining technical help or being switched between sessions, please let me know in Slack. Thank you.
Hey, John, I'm in this room, by the way.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah,
and John, I
Kyle
want
said to go find you.
Oh, and John, this is Bill. I want to get into the interactive session. I don't see how to join that room. Can you move me there?
Okay. Yep. So this should do it right here, the interactive session. Okay. There we go now. All right, Natalie, did you see
Yep,
that
yeah,
get
I just got the
activated?
notification.
Okay, cool. Hope someone in technical help specifically requested my help. Okay, I'm going to head over there.
And does anyone in this room need moved to a different room? All right, sounds good.
Okay, looks like people are filtering back into the main session here. We'll wait until Rod gets back here and you can sort of take the lead again now here as people filter back in, Rod.
Okay, sounds good, John. We're just popping back in. So I think everybody's, sounds like in the other breakout session that Alex has been leading. And I should assume my screen share should be back up now. I'll bring up the radar, what we've had during our interactive radar workshop. And so the big storm in question was the one I think all you were looking at with the big TDS. It actually just moved into our southeast forecast area within the radar workshop. So you can see what everybody did. We were all having a kind of a pretty good discussion regarding, what tornado warning would you issue, especially as we had a TDS south, which would have been in northern Missouri in this case, where it was moving up in our area. We ended up getting the TDS just to the south of our forecast area. So what warning would you issue? And we did have the discussion, obviously, up here in Iowa where it's more rural. And then some of the participants also up in the northern plains, we tend to probably would have stayed away from the tornado emergency in most cases, unless it was heading for a big metropolitan area, made it one more considerable. But that's certainly a viable question on what you would do. And we had these darker purples are tornado emergencies that some issued the considerable tags, which we had IBW tags available with that. The one thing we did bring up, and I assume as Alex was watching, we did flip over and use BMX as supplemental, but really kind of concerned what was going on right over top of Birmingham right there at the last minute. Really strong rotation developing right over top of Birmingham. They haven't seen any debris signatures or anything, but that had been going on for quite some time as it moved into the more populated. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was a lot of focus on that southern one, and all of a sudden on the base velocity, that one north of Birmingham kind of caught my attention there, and we definitely had some broad rotation. But the one thing that's interesting with that stuff north of Birmingham is that that's a lot closer to the synoptic warm front up there, and the helicity values are a lot stronger. But the one thing that I was talking about in my session was that I almost have to wonder if there was some kind of secondary warm front that came off the Gulf and really increased our storm relative helicity values to the south and made them just as almost as high as they were right along the boundary there, because we're getting that supercell in the area where our storm relative helicity values that based on the wrap are only around 200. But Mike Fowl from Des Moines sent me the VAD wind profile, and it's possible we may have been dealing with SRH values above 500 with this supercell that's to the southwest of Birmingham right now. So that might just be an indication that a dedicated meso analyst probably could have picked up on that, because it didn't look like your long track supercells were going to be forming that far south, and they have been so far. So that's been one thing that's been really interesting, is how far south the violent weather has been.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Looks like what do they have? They have a tornado emergency out now, I believe, with that storm with the catastrophic tag. So fortunately, if you turn off GR at the moment, it appears, there's certainly some resonances in there, but looks like there's a lot of trees that's probably contained within that debris signature. So let's just hope that it's not hitting anybody at the moment. I think the one thing we talked about in the other session, because we did kind of briefly jump out, is if this thing does hold together, obviously it's heading for that population center, which is just to 50 miles to their northeast with it, certainly. So let's hope this Birmingham thing doesn't pan out up here. You want to go back, this just looking at or overlay, this is actually what the Columbia Mississippi radar has been looking like with that storm that's near Birmingham right now. So something weird going on with it. So maybe we're getting some divergence with it now at this time. Maybe it's more wind instead of a tornadic feature. So let's hope that doesn't occur up there as well with it. So
Rod, with the Birmingham one, if you can toggle KDP and ZDR, and let's take a look at that and kind of guess what some of the vectors are doing there. That one's interesting.
That one's a ways away from the radar. So we're looking at, we're almost 70 miles from the radar, 80 miles from the radar. So that might not have been the most useful one. And I think we talked about having Matt. Matt, are you on yet?
Yep, I'm over here.
Are you looking at Birmingham at all? Do you have any analysis of what some of the stuff you've been looking at? So Matt's been doing, we discussed in the other room, he's been doing a lot of the KDP, ZDR separation vectors. I don't know if he has I don't know if you have Birmingham up right now, but
I actually had it running earlier. And then I closed the program out because my computer was like just not handling everything at the moment.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, but that's a pretty impressive ZDR arc there. And just kind of eyeballing it, that is something I would definitely consider like looking at with like your KDP foot is pretty far forward into the core at that point. So you probably have a decently large separation angle. So it, just like eyeballing this, I would say it's probably at least like 60 to 70 degrees. But I mean, I'd have to run the algorithm to be sure. But yeah, that's definitely concerning.
So Matt, for everybody listening, what does a 60, 70 degree separation mean to you?
Something weird just happened with my computer. But yeah.
Sorry. I don't know if you heard that or not. Yeah. Okay. So if you're discussing the separation angles, talking about the ZDR arc and the KDP and then the separation angle, what angle are you looking for to kind of?
So a lot of times, like as the closer it is to 90, the better for tornadic superstalls. So a lot of times if you get to around 50 or so degrees, at least with the values that I've seen from my algorithm, then it tends to be pretty close to the middle of your tornadic distribution. Whereas like the non-tornadic supercells tend to have values closer to like 25 or even 0 or negative for that. But it also can vary on the situation. So like some of the southeast setups, like earlier this morning, the cell near Birmingham actually for a while had fairly small separation angles, so closer to like 30 degrees. And in some of these like setups that might have say less cape and be just kind of like really elongated supercells in the southeast, kind of like that one, that separation angles can be smaller but still be a very tornadic storm. So it kind of depends on the situation, but a lot of times around 50 degrees or larger is when I start to think, yeah, this is really impressive.
Great. Thank you, Matt. And I don't know if John's on or not yet, but I don't know if you've been looking at it, if we had any Acerbi introduced in this or not.
But we're potentially getting it north of Birmingham right now. We're getting some really strong inbounds. There's still not a lot of gate to gate there, but potentially right around that forward flank and then back into the RFD, we're getting some really strong inbounds. And the radar, while far, is shooting pretty much parallel into the inflow winds right now.
Yeah, you can see there's a little bit of a tightness, kind of just right in this area. Last few scans. So let's hope certainly nothing comes out of that with it, certainly. But and you can see our storm down to the south. Still got a nice TDS on it. We were having some, I think a lot of this is starting to be debris fallout occurring right up here. So you'll tend to see that arcing around. This is probably a lot of leaves and maybe tree debris. Hopefully that's all it is.
Yeah, we had a couple of comments here in Zoom saying that others were thinking it was debris fallout as well.
Yep, definitely. So with that, Alex, do you have any comments or anything you want to give for your session or anything else before we start wrapping up?
Well, I think just the main thing that you talked about is that before we had some of these supercells developed here is that when I kind of went through a mesoanalyst discussion here, we had a one tornado warning that was further to the northwest, like in northwest Alabama. And so I was focusing kind of a lot on the front there. And then we started getting some initialization of convection further to the south here. That made me look at some of the soundings here. And I think the key thing here with this one is that this was a largely synoptically forced event here. And so, one of the things for me here, kind of closer to the plains, is that I'm used to more of the mesoscale environment really needing to evolve here. And the one thing that I always kind of forget about the Southeast is that the synoptic scale environment usually can override the mesoscale environment a lot. I think that's what's happening in this particular case, especially with the really strong flow that we're getting off the Gulf of Mexico into portions of Southwest and now central Alabama here. And again, I think the VAD wind profile kind of helped to confirm that perhaps the values that the RAP and the HER had for storm relative felicity values, essentially south of Birmingham, maybe were actually a bit underdone compared to some of the values that we were seeing here. And so I think that's the one key thing here is that it can be really easy, I think, for some meteorologists to try to focus on some of the really small scale mesoscale details here. But what the one thing that I came to realize was that that surface cyclone was continuing to deepen, and that our surface flow throughout much of the state of Alabama and even eastern Mississippi was starting to back pretty rapidly here. And then sure enough, within about 30 minutes after realizing that, the supercells that were coming in off of eastern Mississippi were the ones that were tightening up. And then now we've got this monstrous supercell here that's just moved through Greensboro here. So I think that just comes to show you is that you don't want to dismiss the synoptic scale environment, especially in a lot of these particular Southeast events here, and make sure that you don't get too focused on the boundary. I think that's a mistake that I personally have made before as a nowcaster and as a warning forecaster, as I focus too much on the boundary and not necessarily everything else that's happening within the warm sector here. And so I think that's that lesson you kind of saw for me unfold today, because I had so much focus up north and then focus on the south here. But I'll hand it back to you because it looks like we got a TDS now.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. And unfortunately, this thing's really wrapping up right now, right over the metro up there near Birmingham. Well, we're zooming in, trying to figure out if that's a TDS. It appears to be something that moved along. Our ZDR is not really a good drop out there, but there is some continuity aloft. Certainly, we've really wrapped up in that area, taken off the radar scans. You can see it's a highly populated area. So let's hope that this isn't going to occur over this area. But
yeah, looking at it myself, Rod, I would have a hard time dismissing that as not a TDS.
Yeah,
yeah,
there it is, right there. That's even higher aloft. So that's a confirmed TDS right now, moving across that area. Definitely looks like that has the potential to really strengthen up and be a strong tornado. So they do have a confirmed tornado tag, just came out. Looks like they're up to they just have an observed tag. But let's pray for everybody up there right now, because it's just not looking like a good situation with this storm. And then if we back off and look off to the southwest, because that storm has still got the persistent TDS moving up towards that region as well. So with that, thank you everybody that participated in the interactive warning workshop. Unfortunately, the offices out to the south are not issuing any LSRs today. So you can see one way off to the southwest. So we don't have any stats right now for those that participate in interactive. We'll wait for a couple days and try to get those out. If you did participate in an interactive workshop, please send me an email back just so I remember who all has it and I don't spam everybody with the stats with it. Hope everybody found today's sessions useful, and our attempt to try to do some breakout sessions with it, with interactive. Next year, we are hoping to have the live radar workshop, and hopefully it'll actually be our 25th workshop. So we'll have a special one. Hope to have some GR temporary keys for that, so we can get some more participation even with that, and hopefully everybody can be in person with it. With that, so a big thank you to Daryl Hertzman, Iowa State University, and he also runs the IEM. He, like we talked about, he did a lot of this with the interactive workshop, the stats, the overlaying, the transposing, the moving the LSRs, the ones that we did have up to the Des Moines area. And he actually came up with the idea at the last minute yesterday to try this as a live event as opposed to us doing the archive event, which honestly, this live event ended up being actually a better event for us. The other one would have been harder and a little more difficult, and we put 2 years into it, but we ended up doing this. So a big thank you to everybody for participating today. Again, you should have the Zoom link for tomorrow. We'll be starting at 8:55 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Looks like we've got a wide range of people throughout the U.S. and even into Canada, Montreal, participating in our workshop and symposium. So just 1 second, I get Daryl typing something. And with that, we were going to try to get out of here about 5 minutes early. Oh, yes. As Daryl mentioned, you did participate. Remember, go up into the file and change your config polling. Remember to remove the workshop one from today. That way you will get DMX properly. Put your, I see Dr. Gallus just mentioned there's already 3 fatalities in Alabama so far. So that's certainly not something we want to see. And
yep. Just one other update. It's looking more and more like that definitely James Spann's neighborhood was hit by a tornado. Still not sure on his house, but it sounds like James's wife and other family or whoever is in the house is okay. But in terms of his status tomorrow for talking, I don't know. He basically went off air for about a minute and a half to make sure everything was okay, and then came back on and started talking about the supercell again. But it does look like that we may have had one of our speakers personally affected by this tornado.
Right. And as Alex mentioned, it's certainly understandable. James has to cancel tomorrow. That's yeah, that's completely understandable, certainly. And we pray for his family as well with that. So with that, looks like a pretty nasty situation going on. We're going to drop off again. Hopefully everybody can participate tomorrow. Big thank you for everybody that registered, because we are placing these, all this, the funds are going towards our scholarships, the 10th Samaras Scholarship and the Pam Dale Scholarship that we offer each year. Both of them are $1,500. And last year we didn't have any funds, so we're actually helping pay for those that we paid out last year. And recipients, I believe Mike Fowle will introduce or at least announce the recipients for this year's scholarships during the symposium tomorrow. So we'll stay on for a few minutes. Thank you again, everybody. Hope and pray for everybody down in Alabama. Have a good evening. And yeah, certainly if you have any comments or questions, we'll stick on here for a few minutes.
And if any questions or comments come up in between the Zoom sessions, feel free to still be asking and discussing anything on our Slack channel.